Divisions has reached the location. Fire control measures are being carried out as a precaution. That's what the senior fire department official has said at this point of time. As of now, like you also mentioned, there are no reports of injuries or casualties, and the cause of the incident and the extent of damage to the aircraft are yet to be officially confirmed. Disha, if you're still with us, can you tell us about the on-ground situation right now with rescue operations underway? All right, it's
yes, absolutely.
Yes. Right, there seems to be some technical glitch with our correspondent. That's the news that an Air India flight has crashed near the Ahmedabad airport on Thursday, with initial input suggesting that around 130 passengers were on board. A team of over 5 fire vehicles from various city divisions has reached the location, and the fire control measures are being carried out as a precaution. It was a London-bound Air India flight which has crashed near the airport. As of now, there are no reports of injuries or casualties, and the cause of the incident and the extent of damage to the aircraft are yet to be officially confirmed. The airport authorities, they have now initiated an internal inquiry, while the cause of the crash is yet to be determined. And that's the news coming in, where an Air India plane has crashed near the airport in Ahmedabad. As per reports, a total of 133 passengers were on board. As of now, further updates are awaited from both Air India and the DGCA on this fatal crash. And as you can see on the screens, on one side we can see the smoke billowing from the crash site. On the other, the injured passengers are now being taken to the hospital. There is still no information on how many passengers have been injured, but reports suggest that there were 133 passengers on board Air India flight, which was a London-bound Air India flight which crashed near the airport. Right, our correspondent Disha is back with us. Disha, what more can you tell us? We are getting visuals of injured passengers being taken to the hospital as of now. However, there is no clarity on how many passengers have been injured, but we do know that the injured passengers are being taken to the hospital as of now. Right, we've lost our correspondent, but that's the news coming in, that a London-bound Air India flight has crashed near the airport in Ahmedabad. There is no clarity on how many passengers have been injured, but a total of 133 passengers were on board the Air India flight, which has been crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. And as you can see on your screens right now, on one side we can see the black smoke billowing after the Air India plane crashed, and on the other there are injured passengers who are now being taken to the hospital. As of now, no clarity on how many passengers have been injured, but reports suggest that 133 passengers were on board the Air India flight, the London-bound Air India flight, which has crashed near the airport. However, the cause of the incident and the extent of damage to the aircraft are yet to be officially confirmed. There is no clarity on what led to the crash. And news coming in right now is that a total of 242 passengers were on board the Air India flight, the London-bound Air India flight. However, there is no clarity on how many passengers out of the 242 on-board passengers have been injured at this point of time. But the injured passengers are being taken to the hospital, and rescue operation is currently underway. The cause of the incident and the extent of damage to the aircraft are yet to be officially confirmed. However, the airport authorities have initiated an internal inquiry as to what led to that fatal plane crash near the Ahmedabad airport. That's breaking news coming in at this point of time. An Air India plane has crashed near Meghani Nagar, that's near the Ahmedabad airport. A total of 242 passengers were on board, out of which there's no clarity on how many have been injured, but rescue operations currently are underway. The incident took place near the Meghani Nagar in Ahmedabad, and as you can see, heavy smoke is visible from the area of the crash. The injured passengers are now being taken to the hospital. A technical team is now assessing the situation to however, determine what led to that fatal crash. It was a London-bound Air India flight which crashed near the airport. And our correspondent Disha is back with us on the show. Disha, news coming in is that there were a total of 242 passengers on board the plane that crashed, the Air India passenger plane that crashed. What more can you tell us? As we can see that the injured passengers are being taken to the hospital, but there's, however, no clarity on how many passengers have been injured.
Well, absolutely. So just recently, the State Police Control Room has confirmed that it was an Air India flight with 242 passengers on board. The plane that has crashed just few meters from Ahmedabad airport. And what we are being told that the injured people are rushed to the civil hospital, which is about 15 to 20 minutes from the incident site. However, there is no clarity or the official information as to how many total number of people have been injured so far. There has been no clarity on the total number of casualties as well, because there are no reports coming in. But as far as the rescue operation is concerned, what we are being told that the rescue operation is underway. There are about 7 teams of fire brigade that are at the site. Even the local municipal administration has reached the spot. The police department officials and the airport emergency services are all there. They are trying and doing the rescue operations as we speak. And this flight was bound for London is what we understand. And 242 passengers were on board. However, there is no report on the total number of injuries as well as casualties as we speak.
Disha, just to round up for the viewers who are tuning into WION World is One, a London-bound Air India passenger flight has crashed near the Ahmedabad airport, and there is no clarity on how many passengers have been injured as of now. Disha, talk to us about the on-ground situation right now, because as we can see from the visuals coming in that that the injured passengers are now being taken to the hospital.
Well, absolutely. So the injured are being rushed to the civil hospitals. Remember, there are 2 big hospitals near the airport area at Ahmedabad. So the injured people are being taken to the civil hospital, which is about 15-20 minutes away from the incident site, is what we understand. So they are being treated as we speak. As far as the on-ground situation is concerned, the rescue team is doing the rescue operation. They're also trying to assess the entire situation as to what really went wrong, because this incident took place when the flight was taking off and it crashed just few meters away from the airport. So what exactly happened? They're also trying to see. The technical team is assessing the entire situation. And as far as the people are concerned, currently when we spoke to the airport authorities, they say that there is no services that are being affected as of now. The planes will be running as and when as scheduled. But as far as the incident site is concerned, they are trying to figure out how many total number of people have been injured, and they are immediately being rushed to the nearest civil hospital.
Right, Disha, there were 242 passengers on board the London-bound Air India flight which has crashed. Information just coming is also that Air India flight AI-171, that was the flight name from Ahmedabad, Gatwick, has crashed. The Boeing 787 8-passenger jet, like you also mentioned, and it has been confirmed it had 242 passengers on board. However, Disha, the extent of damage to the aircraft is yet to be confirmed, and all roads leading to the Ahmedabad airport has now been shut. Tell us more.
Yes, absolutely. So, like I rightly mentioned, the cause of the incident and the extent of damage to the aircraft are yet to be officially confirmed. But now the airport authorities have initiated an internal inquiry. They are also, on one side, trying to find out what really led to the incident. On the other side, there's a rescue team, emergency services that are trying to really get people out, especially the people who were there on board. They are trying to see that how their condition is, and they are referring people to the nearest hospitals, the civil hospitals, for treatment. And as far as the ground situation is concerned, the roads leading to the airport and as well as to the incident site have been shut, so that the more and more emergency services and rescue teams can reach the spot immediately. As of now, there are about 7 to 8 teams is what we understand. And looking at the damage and looking at the on-ground situation, what we are being told by the Ahmedabad police authority is the fact that they are also calling for more help. They are also calling for more rescue teams because the total number of passengers on board were over 240. So to manage and to see and to take them from the incident site to the nearest civil hospitals, they need more manpower on the ground level. So that is being done as we speak.
Right, Disha, for all those tuning into WION World is One, that's news coming in that an Air India bound plane has crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. A total of 242 passengers were on board the plane. Disha, talk to us more about the rescue operation underway. We are getting visuals of passengers being taken to the hospital after the Air India flight crashed, and also black smoke billowing from the Meghani area where the Air India London-bound flight crashed.
Well, absolutely. As soon as the aircraft crashed, we could see the thick smoke seen in the area, and immediately on ground, what we understand that the hospital, of course, the departments, the rescue teams, the emergency services were being alerted, and right now there are more than 14 to 15 ambulances that have arrived at the incident spot, is what we are being told. This is the latest information that we are receiving. More than 15 to 16 ambulances have arrived, which are taking injured people to the nearest civil hospital. However, again, we have no clarity on the total number of injured people because this incident took place just half an hour ago. So the rescue team is trying to assess the entire situation on ground. They are trying to figure out where all the passengers are currently, because it was a huge site is what we understand. And when the plane crashed, so there were more than 240 people. So right now the ambulances are rushing the injured people to the nearest civil hospital. There are about 7 to 8 fire brigade teams as well, and more also are being called so that more and more help can be given to the passengers who were at the aircraft.
Right, Disha. So no clarity on the total number of injured, but 242 passengers on board the flight which has crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. And reports also suggest that Gujarat ex-Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was also in the flight and is currently injured. Tell us more on that.
Well, that is right. This is also the initial piece of information that we are receiving, that the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was also there on this flight. However, we are yet to receive more information and more clarity on that because right now, of course, the police and the authorities on the ground level, it's getting very difficult for us also to get real-time information because they all are busy doing the rescue work. But as soon as we have more details and clarity on how many people injured and whether there have been any casualties reported, whether the former Chief Minister of the state, Vijay Rupani, was also on board, all of this is something which the clarity we will get in a while.
Right, Disha. Also, news coming is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister and the Police Commissioner regarding the plane crash, and he has also assured to provide central government assistance to Gujarat. Right, Disha, if you can tell us about that phone call right now.
that is a phone call that is being made to the Chief Minister of the state. This is a news that is confirmed, and we are also receiving at the moment because on the ground level, this is a huge incident and an accident that has taken place. And of course, if at all, if the local emergency services and the local medical teams are unable to really work on such a pressure, then even the central team can come and assist and help on the medical grounds on all the rescue aspects as well. And that is a phone call which was made by Amit Shah to the Chief Minister of Gujarat, is what we understand. If there is any help needed in all terms, in technical terms as well, on-ground rescue operation as well, even in the terms of hospital, if any further treatment or requirement of beds are needed. So this is something which a basic courtesy call has been done by Amit Shah to the Chief Minister of the state.
The news also coming is that Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu is also scheduled to visit the incident site. But Disha, tell us more on the on-ground situation right now. We do know that there were 242 passengers on board the London-bound flight which crashed near the Meghani Nagar airport, and the injured passengers, there's no clarity on 2 points. Number one, the extent of damage, and number two, the number of injured passengers who are now being taken to the hospital.
Well, certainly. Right now, there are two teams really working on the ground level. Firstly, there's a technical team that is really looking at the extent of the plane damage and also what really led to the accident crash. As well as the second team is the rescue operation team, which is also trying to assess the entire situation. They are trying to firstly find people who are really injured and rush them immediately to the civil hospital. So that is being done as we speak. And currently 3 more teams of fire brigade have rushed to the spot, is what we understand, taking the total number of fire brigade teams to 10 as we speak. And more ambulances are also coming in to help the people on the ground level.
Right, Disha, the officials they are yet to release a statement on the suspected cause of the crash. But what we do know is that there were 242 passengers on board the London-bound flight which has crashed, and the injured passengers are now being taken to the hospital. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister and also the State Home Minister. Talk to us about the rescue operations which are currently underway and how the central government has also now extended a helping hand to the Gujarat state. Right, it seems like we've lost our correspondent Disha Shah, and for all who's tuning into WION World is One, that's the news. That's the news coming in that a plane, an Air India passenger plane has crashed near Ahmedabad airport. There were a total of 242 passengers on board the passenger plane. The cause of the incident is not known yet, but the injured, they are now being taken to nearby hospitals. There is, however, no clarity on how many passengers have been injured. The plane, after the plane crashed near the Ahmedabad airport, all the roads leading to the airport have now been sealed. However, there is no clarity on the extent of damage to the aircraft, which is yet to be confirmed. And reports also suggest that, this is according to reports, that the Gujarat ex-Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was also in flight, was also on board the London-bound Air India flight, which has crashed, and reports suggest that he is now injured. All right, and we're also joined by our special interpreter, Miss Rajni, on the show right now with us. And that's the news coming in that an Ahmedabad plane, that a London-bound plane has crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. A total of 242 passengers were on board. The incident is believed to occur when the flight was just taking off for London. And as you can see, heavy smoke is visible from the area where the crash took place. The crash took place near the Meghani Nagar area. The fire brigade has rushed to the spot and emergency response teams are there as well. Rescue operation is currently underway. However, there is no clarity on the extent of damage after the plane crashed. The injured passengers are now being taken to the hospital, but there's no clarity on how many passengers have been injured. The airport authorities have initiated an internal inquiry, and further updates are awaited from both Air India and DGCA. The plane crash occurred near Meghani Nagar area in Ahmedabad. That's near the Sardar Vallabhbhai International Airport. And what we are also learning at this point of time is that the plane took off at 1:38 p.m. IST and crashed near the airport just 5 minutes after the takeoff. This was an Air India London bound passenger flight with 242 passengers on board. It crashed just 5 minutes after the takeoff. It was Air India flight 171 from Ahmedabad Gatwick which has crashed. And as you can see, rescue operation is underway. The fire brigade has reached and rescue personnel are scrounging through the rubble, through the debris to rescue the passengers. A total of 242 passengers on board the Air India flight which crashed near the Ahmedabad airport near the Meghani Nagar area. After the crash, all roads leading to the airport that has also been shut. Right, and these are the visuals from the crash site after an Air India flight AI 171 from Ahmedabad Gatwick has crashed. The Boeing 787-8 passenger jet had 242 passengers on board, and as you can see, the fire brigade has reached the spot. They're trying to defuse the fire and they're scrounging through the rubble to rescue the passengers after the Air India flight crashed at the Meghani Nagar area. Reports also suggest that Gujarat ex-Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was in the flight, according to reports, and he is now injured. Right, and we have our correspondent Disha Shah here back with us on the show. Disha, what we're also learning right now is that the crash took place of the Air India flight took place just 5 minutes after takeoff. The plane took off at 1:38 p.m. and crashed near the airport just 5 minutes after takeoff. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely. The flight was scheduled to leave at about 1:35 p.m. is what we are being told, and the flight took off at 1:38 p.m. And immediately after taking off, 5 minutes later, the flight crashed near the residential area, which is just few meters away from the Ahmedabad airport. In fact, we've also received a visual where we can see that the flight has taken off, and after it reached a residential area, it just crashed, and a thick smoke can be seen right in the air. And right after that, of course, the emergency teams were being informed and they rushed to the spot. Right now, there are more than 10 fire brigade teams that are at the site. They are conducting the rescue as well as the relief operations, is what we are being told. On the other side, the Air India also has released its first ever statement right after the Ahmedabad crash. They have confirmed that it was a flight AI 171 operating from Ahmedabad to London, and it was involved in an accident today. At this moment, they say that they are ascertaining the details and will share further updates at the earliest. So right now, of course, the main priority for the rescue team is also to find out the cause of the accident and also see the level of the damage that it has done to the people on the board. Because remember, 242 passengers were there on board. What we are also being told right now that the plane had the capacity of 300 passengers, and out of that, 242 were flying on the board. So this is the confirmed news that we have received from the State Control Police Department. And now the main focus of the rescue team is to send more and more injured people for treatment to the nearest civil hospital, which is 20 minutes from the accident site. All the roads have been cleared so that no traffic jams are caused on the way, which can really hinder the entire, rescue operations as well. All roads leading to the airport also has been shut, is what we understand. So right now, on priority, there are two teams working simultaneously. One is the technical team that is trying to ascertain the cause of the incident, and secondly, also the damage. And the second team is doing the rescue and the relief operations.
Right, Disha, we've also received visuals of the plane crash, of that fatal plane crash of Air India flight bound to London. And the Air India flight took off at 1:38 p.m. You can see the visuals on your screen. It crashed just 5 minutes after takeoff. A total of 242 passengers were on board the Air India flight. And Disha, like you mentioned, rescue operations are underway. The fire brigade team, they have reached the spot and they're trying to scrounge through the rubble to save the lives of the injured passengers. They talk to us more about the rescue operations underway, because as of now, there's no clarity on the number of casualties or the number of people who have been injured. What we do know is that there were 242 passengers on board the Air India flight bound for London.
Well, absolutely. So right now, the latest visuals that we can see is that more than 10 rescue teams are trying to remove the debris at the Air India plane crash site in Ahmedabad. There are fire services and other also agencies present at the site. Because of the plane, which had a capacity of 300 passengers, there were more than 240 passengers were on the board. There is a lot of debris on the ground. So for the rescue team, it is really right now important to clear the debris so that they can find more and more people, more and more passengers who were there on board. So right now they are trying to clear the debris, and as and when they are really finding people who are seen in a critical or an injured situation, they are immediately rushing them to the nearest civil hospital. And secondly, more and more rescue teams and help also have been called by the Chief Minister of the state. We are also being told that he will also likely visit the accident site very soon. As far as the number of people who have been injured and sent to the hospital, that is something the medical team and the authority on the ground, they are trying to list the total number of injured people as we speak.
Right, Disha, we also received statement from DGCA, and they have said that Air India B787 aircraft, while operating flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick, has crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. The plane crashed 5 minutes after takeoff. It took off at 1:38 p.m. IST today, and it crashed just 5 minutes after the takeoff. There were 242 passengers on board the aircraft, consisting of 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. Disha, tell us more about how the extent of damage has not been ascertained or determined yet. What we do know is that the rescue operation is underway, but we don't know what led to that crash, to that fatal crash, which took place just 5 minutes after the Air India flight took off at 1:38 p.m. IST today.
Well, absolutely. And what we understand that we still do not know the cause of the incident, because right now that is something which will take time to be ascertained, is what we are being told by the on-ground officials. But on the other hand, they are also trying to see that if there were any technical issues that really took place, because remember, the flight was in a perfect working condition when it took off. It just crashed 5 minutes later while taking off. So what technical issue really happened is something which the technical team is really assessing the entire situation on the ground. And secondly, the rescue and the relief operation will go on for a longer time, because there is a lot of debris on the ground, is what we are being told. And that is why more and more teams are coming forward to help the rescue teams. Even the local authorities, the local people are also going in and really helping the rescue team, so that more and more people can be really removed from under the debris and they can be rushed to the hospital for the nearest treatment.
Right, Disha, stay with us. We are also now being joined by Vipul Saxena. He's an aviation expert and he's joining us live from Mumbai. Welcome to WION, Mr. Saxena. First up, the rescue operations are underway. The flight crashed just 5 minutes after taking off at 1:38 p.m. IST today. What led to the crash?
What led to the crash, I think, is a difficult question to answer, because unless the inquiry report comes in, it will be, not right to speculate. But all I can say is that accident at this leg normally at the time of takeoff very rarely happens, unless there is some major malfunction in the controls or failing all the engines, never heard of. So that cannot happen. But I feel that there has to be something to do with the severe malfunction with the control panels or control of the aircraft, which gives the stability to the aircraft. An aircraft which was on the climbing leg and which has just climbed 600 feet, that means it had to climb at least 15,000-20,000 feet more. So something seriously went wrong in the controls, which could not sustain that attitude of the aircraft, and aircraft crashed. And because the aircraft was on takeoff leg for a long haul flight to London, there must have been full fuel in the aircraft, which added more fire to the whole scenario. Because with so much of fuel on board, when fire takes place, it becomes havoc.
Right, Mr. Saxena, you speak of that. It was, of course, a long-haul flight to London, which crashed just 5 minutes after taking off. There's also no clarity on the extent of damage to the aircraft yet. It was, of course, an Air India flight which was flying from Ahmedabad to London.
See the extent, you can make out from the kind of smoke which is seen on the screen. I don't think there can be anything, remaining out of this aircraft. We have to just pray to God that the passengers who were on board, maximum people survive. I think that is what we can pray at this moment.
Right, Mr. Saxena, an initial report and internal inquiry has it has started right now to assess actually what led to the crash. But talk to us more on the point you made earlier, that it was a long-haul flight to London and it was filled with fuel, which perhaps was one of the reasons for the crash.
That is not the reason for the crash. What I'm saying is that when aircraft is coming from landing after a long flight, so normally the fuel level in the aircraft is not so much. So if something like this happens, then fire is not so major. Okay, but since this aircraft was going for a takeoff and it had just climbed 600 feet, it was with the full fuel because flight was for London. So with so much of fuel, when the aircraft crashes and it catches fire, which is very natural. So the extent of fire becomes much larger, and consequently the damage to the aircraft and also to the injury and survival chance of the passengers also becomes very difficult to ascertain.
Right, Mr. Saxena, thank you so much for joining us here on WION and sharing your insights here with us on that fatal airplane crash.
Thank you very much.
Right, and that's news coming in that an Air India bound flight for London has crashed near the Ahmedabad airport, and the flight crashed just 5 minutes after taking off at 1:38 p.m. IST. A total of 242 passengers were on board the plane, which crashed just 5 minutes after the plane took off from the Ahmedabad airport. It was an Air India passenger flight with 242 passengers on board. It was bound for London, which crashed, and as you can see, black smokes billowing from the crash site. The fire brigade has rushed to the spot and emergency response teams are being mobilized. The authorities are yet to confirm the cause of the crash. What we do know that there were a total of 242 passengers on board, and rescue operations, it is currently underway with the injured passengers now being taken to the hospital. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister, the Home Minister and the Police Commissioner regarding the plane crash. He's also assured to provide central government assistance, and that's the news coming in that an Air India passenger plane with 242 passengers, it has now crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. The rescue operation is currently underway. However, there's no clarity on the number of passengers who have been injured, and there's no clarity on the casualties as well. The plane took off at 1:38 p.m. IST and crashed near the airport 5 minutes after takeoff. And our correspondent Disha Shah is joining us back on the phone line. Disha, earlier we were speaking about how the Gujarat ex-chief minister was on the flight, but as reported earlier, it has now been confirmed that he was not on the flight which has been crashed. But talk to us more about the rescue operation which is currently underway, because as we can see that the injured passengers are now being taken to the hospital, but there's however no clarity on how many passengers were injured and what is the extent of damage.
Well, certainly, Resha, before coming to those details, I would want to quickly give this update also that has been coming in, that the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, also has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister, is what we understand, and he has also asked to sort the passenger list immediately. In fact, what we understand, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also asked the concerned departments to immediately give the passenger list so that to know how many passengers were really traveling and how many, of course, on ground situation also he has really asked the total number of injured as of now during the rescue operation and the details of the rescue and the relief operations that are underway. So this is a major update and the development that is coming in. On the other side, if you talk about the other aspect of the rescue and the relief operations, more and more rescue teams are coming forward. Now the rescue teams have reached to the total number of 15 because the kind of debris that we can really see, the visual that we can see of the rescue teams doing the relief and the rescue operation, it is going to take a really longer time. So to ensure and to cut short that time, more and more help is being called is what we understand, and more and more ambulances have also arrived the spot. Again, we still do not have an official word on how many injured people have been sent to the nearest civil hospital. That is something which we will receive in a while is what we are being told. But right now the focus and the priority for the on-ground is to really conduct the fast rescue and the relief operation so that more and more people can be identified and they can also receive the medical aid which is needed at the moment.
Right, Disha, it has also been confirmed that Gujarat's former chief minister was not travelling. He was not on board this Air India flight which crashed half an hour ago. He was travelling in another AI flight to the United Kingdom, and this has been confirmed by his own, by his team rather. But Disha, talk to us about the on-ground situation right now, because what we do know that on board the Air India flight which has crashed, there were a total of 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew, and we are seeing the rummage and the debris on the ground near the Meghani Nagar area where the airport crashed. It does seem like it's going to be an extensive overhaul to rescue the passengers there.
Yes, absolutely. And when WION spoke to the on-ground fire brigade official, who was not really willing to come on record and talk because he was really into the rescue operations and he was really under pressure to actually finish this as soon as possible, because looking at the site and looking at the damage that on ground situation, what we are being told that it could take the entire day for them to finish the rescue and the relief operations, and that is why they are also calling for more help, is what we are being told. On the other side, as we can see from one of the visuals as well, which has not been verified yet, but what we are being told by the fire brigade that where the accident took place, it was also surrounded by few residential societies and few small houses as well. So they are also trying to see that the injured people were really the passengers from the passengers who were on board, or they were really people from the nearby residential area. So that is also something which they are trying to identify as we speak. So this is also another challenge that is in front of them, and that is why they are also looking at the passenger list to confirm and identify people that are from the passenger from the plane or from the residential area where the accident really took place.
Right, because the Air India bound flight for London, which crashed near the Meghani area, was residential area, like you also pointed out. But Disha, talk to us more about the response and the action taken by the authorities in Gujarat, because what we do know is that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also spoken to the Chief Minister of Gujarat and has assured full assistance as of now.
Yes, absolutely. We also Amit Shah had also made a phone call to the Chief Minister of the state. Also, what we know that many personalities and top leaders have also called the Gujarat Chief Minister and really spoken to them about if they need any medical help or assistance, specifically in terms of treatment to the patients or in terms of rescue and the relief operations. So to also tell them so that they can really send their help immediately as soon as possible. Because remember, more than 200 people on board, it is not a small number. It is really a very big number. And right now, considering it crashed right at the residential area, the challenge for the rescue and the relief is to even see that not only help the victims who were on board, but also the victims who lived in those areas and small houses nearby.
Right, Disha, just talk to us more on the challenges lined up ahead for the rescue teams there, because what we do know that there were 242 passengers on board the Air India flight, which was bound for London, and it has been crashed near the Meghani Nagar area. It is the area which is a residential area there in Ahmedabad. Talk to us more about the challenges lined up for not just for the fire brigade team, but also for the rescue teams there.
Well, absolutely. The biggest challenge that we can see for the rescue team is to clear the debris, because it was a huge flight. Firstly, a 300 passenger capacity flight. And that is why when it crashed in such a way that it led to not even a single piece that was really left. You know, everything is broken into debris. So to clear those debris and to really help people from under the debris, that is the major challenge for them. And as we can see initially, so a few people injured also have been rushed to the hospital, but it is really yet to be identified whether those people were from the plane or from the residential areas nearby. So this, of course, is also going to be a challenge to identify people and to really get the right situation on board for the rescue team.
Right, Disha, and like you also mentioned that the plane took off at 1:38 p.m. IST and it crashed near the airport just 5 minutes after takeoff. There's a slew of challenges lined up for the rescue teams there who are rummaging through the debris to rescue the passengers. A total of 242 passengers were on board the Air India flight which crashed. Disha, can you share any latest information that's coming in at this point of time? We do know that there were 242 passengers on board with 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members on board the Air India flight, which crashed just around an hour ago.
Well, the latest information that we are receiving from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport, which is the Ahmedabad airport where the incident really took place, it is currently not operational. All flight operations are temporarily suspended until further notice. So this is the latest updates that are coming in. Considering the huge rescue work is really going on, considering all the roads leading to the airport is shut. So what we understand that all flight operations are also temporarily suspended until further notice. And for the upcoming flights, for the upcoming schedule, what the passengers really have to do is something which they say that they will update to the people. But currently the airport is shut. No flights will be really flying till further notice is what we are being told.
लगी थी वो बना
Air India flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to London has crashed just 5 minutes after takeoff. And to get us more details about this tragic incident, we're joined live by our correspondent Disha Shah. Disha, what can you tell us about the rescue operation that's underway? From the videos and the pictures that have surfaced, we've seen a thick smoke erupting from the site. Fire brigade and emergency services are already on site. But talk to us more about what the operation is really like and what is the development that's happened on the site so far.
As far as the latest development is concerned, more than 15 rescue teams, including the fire brigade, the other emergency services, are on the ground level. They are currently working on clearing the debris so that more and more people can be identified. They can be removed from under the debris as we speak, and they can be rushed to the nearest hospital. Right now, the challenge, of course, for the rescue and the relief operation is to identify people, firstly, who were on the passenger flight and people from in and around the nearest residential area. Because remember, where the flight crashed, according to the authorities, there were really a few housing societies and small houses also nearby. So whether people injured that have been taken to the hospital belong from the residential area or from the flight is something which is yet to be ascertained. There are two teams that are working on the ground level. Firstly, the technical team who are looking at what really caused the incident, because that is also something which is not known. That will be known only once the inquiry report is out. The inquiry committee is working on that aspect. What was the technical issue? Secondly, the on ground, the rescue and the relief operation, they are doing the rescue teams. More and more ambulances are coming in. Initially, there were about 7 to 8 rescue teams that had arrived the spot when the incident took place at about 1:45 p.m. Because 1:38 the flight took off, and immediately within 5 minutes the plane crashed. So from 1:45 p.m. to now, at about one hour plus, we are looking at more than 20 such rescue teams that have arrived. More and more ambulances are coming in to take injured people to the nearest civil hospital, because remember, the site and the civil hospital is about 20 to 25 minutes away. All the roads leading to the Ahmedabad airport as we speak have been shut. The Ahmedabad airport is not operational as of now. All the flights have been suspended until further notice, according to the airport's authorities. And the passengers, of course, of the upcoming flights will be updated by them as soon as possible. On the other side, what we are also being told that top leaders of the country have also contacted the Chief Minister of the state, asking for more and more medical help if needed, any medical assistance if needed on the ground level, and they are ready to provide. We are not yet sure about how many people have been injured. We are yet to receive official confirmation about whether any casualties have been reported on the ground level, and thirdly, what was the major cause that led to this crash. So all of these three important aspects are yet to be ascertained by the on-ground team that are working to find out all of these answers.
Right, thanks for bringing us that report, Disha. But do stay tuned with us. We'll keep coming back to you for more details. But for now, we're being joined by Sanat Kaul from New Delhi. He's a chairman at International Foundation for Aviation, Aerospace and Drones. So we know that no conclusive details have emerged about the reason behind the crash or the number of casualties. According to you, what are the possible technical or mechanical reasons that could have led to a crash of this intensity?
It's very difficult to say anything just now because we have no idea why on a takeoff this crash took place. The last Air India crash was in 2010 at Mangalore Airport, which was a tabletop airport, and there was some reasons. I mean, there was a difference of opinion about landing on a tabletop airport at that time between the pilot and the co-pilot. But just now we have no idea what's happened, why this took place. To the best of what has been reported, it was a Dreamliner 787, not a very old plane either, and it had 242 passengers. We don't know the condition of passengers, whether they are alive or they're in the hospital and so on. I think not much information is coming out. So it's very difficult to say. The airline is, just going for bad luck, because there was no reason at all for 787 Dreamliner, which has had a good record, to crash. We have no idea why it's happened. And of course, we're just hearing about the rescue teams there. They're trying to salvage everything. And we have no idea whether the black box has been found, but it should be not very difficult to find the black box, because it's not a hill area, it's just a residential area where it crashed. So they should be able to locate the black box. Then after that, the inquiry will reveal why this took place. In any case, all I can say is it's extremely, extremely sad that this had to happen.
Right, so and while it's extremely tragic and very less time has elapsed since the crash has actually taken place. It happened just 5 minutes after the plane took off, which was at 1:38 p.m. And while we can't ascertain what the technical or the mechanical faults could have been at place, can you tell us that given the fateful time of the crash, how would that impact the survival rates of the people on board? We know that some 242 people were on board, including 2 pilots and 10 crew members. How does that impact their survival chances?
From the visual scenes which are appearing on the television, there is so much of smoke coming out that seems there's been a major fire. And I can see now some people being taken away by stretcher. We don't know the condition of the passengers, but they have been taken away by stretcher. So it's a difficult assessment to make just now. There's extreme dense smoke coming out of that area. So I hope there will be some survivors. And
so we just have a statement coming from the chairman of Air India, N. Chandrasekharan, where he said that with profound sorrow, he has confirmed the Air India flight 171 operating between Ahmedabad and London was involved in a tragic accident. And he has said, our thoughts are and deepest condolences are with the families and loved ones of those affected by this devastating event. And he's also added that at this moment, our primary focus is on supporting all the affected people and their families. We're doing everything in our power to assist the emergency response teams at the site and to provide all necessary support and care to those impacted. Now, sir, after I've read this statement, there's another question that's erupting which needs to be answered. How equipped are the Indian airports and the emergency services to handle an aviation disaster of this scale?
Well, I mean, I would say reasonably well equipped, because Ahmedabad is a big city. The fire services and the other services would be there. The airport is also well established. So there is no reason to feel that the services are not prepared. It's not a remote location. It's in the city. So there should be no problem on that end. The only thing is how dense is the area where it crashed. It's supposed to be a residential area. So did it crash into houses? Were the individuals living there were also impacted? We have no idea as yet. So these are some unknowns at this time, and they will get clarified very soon. I presume the investigating team has been set up by DGCA. They should have reached by now. If not, they will reach very soon. And unless to make a guesswork at this stage, the best thing to happen, because it's a little premature to make a guess. And I think now all we can say and pray is that there are a lot of survivors. This is all one can talk about. Air India, the responsible airline, I think they will take care of the passengers well, and that's all we can hope
right,
for.
sir. And while our hopes and prayers are with the families of the victims, can you also help us and our viewers understand how and what all could have transpired in the 5 minutes between takeoff and the time where the plane actually landed, between 1:38 p.m. to 1:43 p.m.? What all could have happened that could have led to this tragic crash?
But I mean, again, it'll be conjectures. Obviously, the takeoff okay? Did all the wheels go in? Was it on the ground or did it crash while taking off? So it appears that it hit the wall of the airport, the peripheral wall of the airport. Now, if that is so, then obviously it went off it could have gone off the tarmac, the runway, or while it's taking off, it did take off well, and its wheels or the bottom hit the wall. If that's true, I heard that the plane hit the wall. So that is something which is not known. I mean, these things are still at the preliminary stage of investigation. It is very difficult to make out. At present, all we can see is that the rescue work is going on. I can see from the TV photographs that there's a lot of work to do. A lot of firefighters are involved. Water is being splashed on where the fire is taking place, and there are people working. So that's all I can say. We have to wait for more details to come out, and the inquiry report also to come out. I'm sure the investigators from DGCA side have already reached the site, because there are already, I presume, some investigators in Ahmedabad itself, and some will come from other places. Then there will be a team appointed by the government to investigate the crash. And of course, they'll have to locate the black box to see what happened. So that records all the discussions that take place between the pilots and the tower. So if there's some problem in that recording will be also there.
Right, so and from the pictures that have surfaced in the reports that are coming in, we know that the crash has happened near a residential area, which we've discussed before. How is that likely to affect the area surrounding that, and also help us understand just the gravity of the situation, given that it was more than just the airport and the airport authorities and the people on board the flight which were affected, but it also went beyond that perimeter and actually must have caused damage to the residential area as well. Help us understand just the scale of the damage that has taken place.
It seemed that it did take off, because if it had not taken off, it would have crashed within the airport premises. Now, it seemed that it did take off, but it could not sort of go up. It just crashed into the residential area next door. So there was obviously some issues regarding the takeoff which took place. We don't know whether the ground engineers had found anything wrong. If they had, they would have stopped the flight. So they must have been cleared for flight. And that's another thing which is important, because the ground engineers clear the flights and then the flight takes off. So that becomes very important. And it's at that stage, we still have very little knowledge of what happened. So it's a little premature to make an assessment of what happened at this stage.
Right, so and to get a fuller picture of the issue, we're being joined by our special correspondent Disha with us. Disha, what can you tell us? What is the latest update that you're getting from the ground? Are we getting any more statements from the authorities or the DGCA? Okay, there seems to be a technical issue. We're not able to connect with Disha right now, but sir, let me come back to you. So we know that the scale of damage has been immense, and we're still awaiting confirmation about the casualties and the people who've been injured. So what more can you tell us about the situation and the procedures that will be in place post this latest update now?
Well, apart from the inquiry, the investigation that will be carried out, in which the Boeing company should get invited to see. Boeing was the manufacturer of the plane, plus, of course, the Indian team has a full process for an investigation. It is there. In addition, we are talking about the insurance, which becomes very active. And at this stage, when we know how many people died and how many people have survived, I could see a number of stretchers being taken out. Maybe it was the same photograph, maybe it was others, but it was on the television screen. So the extent of damage, extent of injury will be determined, and all flights, and this was an international flight. It is under the Montreal Convention that this flight, the liability of the airline will be fixed, and they will have to compensate each passenger based on certain criteria. So that is another aspect which is hardly at this stage, but unfortunately, it's a fact of life that when it takes place, then lots of things happen. The airline has to arrange for payment of insurance through their company, through the insurance company, and of course there are also private lawyers who will probably come and contact directly the injured and the families of the dead, stating that they can get better compensation. But these are issues which it's too premature to discuss just now.
Right. So please stay with us. Meanwhile, we connect with Disha. Disha, what's the latest you're getting from the ground right now?
On the ground, the current situation is that the list of passengers have been released by the authorities, is what we understand, and we are just trying to check the list of the passengers. And as far as the rescue and relief operations are concerned, more than 25 teams have been there on the ground level. The rescue operations are underway, and in fact, the Gujarat Chief Minister has also directed the rescue teams to speed up the work as we speak, and he's also asked that if there is any more help needed in terms of more and more agencies to be involved, that also will be done on the ground level. As far as the injured passengers are concerned, they are being taken to the nearest civil hospital. Also, the rescue operations have been asked to be on the war footing, and right now they are clearing all the debris as we speak, because considering it was a 300 passenger capacity flight, more than 240 people were on board, and it crashed while taking it off. So there is a lot of damage that we can see, a lot of debris we can see on the ground. So to clear those debris, it is a big challenge. And right now, all the services at the Ahmedabad airport have been shut. There will be no flights that will be flying to and fro to the Ahmedabad airport as of now, as we speak, until further notice. That is what the airport authorities have been asked. The Chief Minister also and the other concerned senior secretaries, he has spoke on the telephone and instructed them to arrange a green corridor to take the injured passengers for immediate treatment and to ensure all the treatment arrangements in the hospital were given priority. And as of now, more than 25 to 30 ambulances also are at the site. What we understand that 242 people were on board, consisting of 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. We still do not know the total number of injured people, whether there have been casualties reported or not, because this is the information which we are yet to receive. And slowly we are receiving the information from the authorities, because we just got the list of the passengers who were on board as well. The rescue teams have been mobilized and all efforts are being made to ensure medical aid.
जारी है ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे। मैं सभी मीडिया के मित्रों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, सभी हमसे सहयोग करें, जितनी पुलिस, उसके अलावा जितनी भी एजेंसी, आर्मी, बीएसएफ, सीआईएसएफ, कॉरपोरेशन, कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सभी स्टाफ, सभी यहाँ काम में लगे हुए हैं। प्लीज़ हमसे सहयोग करिए और थोड़ी सी हमारे लिए जगह बना के रखिए, ताकि हम एम्बुलेंस को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना के हॉस्पिटल तक पहुँचा सकें। थैंक यू।
Right, the Boeing 7878 passenger jet that has just crashed in Gujarat had 242 passengers on board. The plane had taken off at 1:38 p.m. and just 5 minutes later it had crashed at 1:43 p.m. Now we've heard from Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister, Home Minister and the Police Commissioner regarding the plane crash and has assured to provide central government assistance. We just heard from a police personnel requesting the people near the site to give space for the green corridor to be created so that the injured could be transferred to the hospital nearby and could be given the assistance that's required. Now, the aircraft we know was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal, and this we know from a statement by DGCA. Now, we already know that the rescue operation is underway. From the pictures and the videos that have surfaced, we've seen thick smoke erupting from the site. 25 rescue teams are on the site and relief operations are underway. And while there's no conclusive report about the number of casualties or the people injured, we are yet to ascertain how the situation unfolds. Sir, we've also heard from the airport authorities where they've said that the airport is currently not going to be operational and all flight operations will be temporarily suspended until further notice. Meanwhile, passengers are advised to check with their respective airlines for the latest updates before proceeding to the airport. And given all the situation that's unfolding and the events that have transpired, help us make sense of the situation and also help us chart out the further course of action that is to be taken by the authorities of the airport and the airline.
Well, the immediate thing, of course, is rescue of all the passengers. All passengers have to be taken care of. Medical treatment has to be provided, and the fire has to be put off. So that is the first thing. Second is the hospitalization. How many beds are available? That will have to be checked. I'm sure the government of Gujarat is looking into every item, and I don't see any reason why the best treatment available will not be provided to them. Then the next thing is the inquiry of how it happened. That will have to be conducted with the help of Ministry of Civil Aviation. They will probably appoint a special team to investigate. And this is a big and unfortunate crash because it took place barely 5 minutes of takeoff. So it seemed that it did take off and then it crashed into the residential area next door. So there is a reason why it crashed, has to be investigated, found, and and as I said, the black box has to be located, which should also be possible because with the debris being in the ground, it's not underwater or in a forest or anywhere. It should be not that difficult to locate it. Then, of course, comes the issue, which is the compensation of the injured and the deceased, the families of the deceased. So all that will have to start through Air India, and they have all aircrafts have to be insured. All passengers are automatically insured by the aircraft. There is a convention called the Montreal Convention 1999, under which originally it was 100,000 SDRs, which are the minimum to be paid, which over time has gone up with the inflation and other.
To get more details, we're being joined by my colleague Raisha Sehgal from the newsroom. Raisha, we know that the Ahmedabad police has said that 70 to 80% of the area has been cleared so far and all agencies have been involved. What else do we know about the situation?
Right, Diksha. Just to sum it up for our viewers tuning into WION World is one. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft crashed shortly after takeoff. It took off at 1:38 p.m. IST and it crashed 5 minutes after taking off from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad just an hour ago. It was an Air India passenger bound flight bound for London. It plunged into the Meghani area of the city, which is a a residential area, which has perhaps made the rescue operations more challenging. According to the officials, Ahmedabad police, they have clearly said that 70 to 80% of the area has been cleared and all agencies have been involved, and they are requesting everyone to cooperate with the rescue operations underway. According to the DGCA, there were 242 passengers on board the Air India flight which crashed at 1:38 p.m. IST today, including 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members. The aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabarwal. However, there's no information on how many passengers have been injured, on the number of casualties, and of course on the extent of damage. What we do know is that the flight was heavily fueled for the long haul journey, and rescue operation is currently underway with multiple fire engines and ambulances which have been sent to the crash site. What we do know is also that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be reaching Ahmedabad at 4 p.m. IST to assess the situation. An internal inquiry is also underway to ascertain and to determine as to what led to the crash of the Air India flight which was bound for London with 242 passengers on board. The Union Home Minister has also spoken with the Gujarat Chief Minister, the Home Minister and the Police Commissioner regarding the plane crash. And that's the latest coming in, that the rescue operation is underway. 70 to 80% of the debris of the area has been cleared. However, challenges line up ahead because there's no clarity on the extent of the damage and also on the fact that it was a residential area where it clashed. The Air India has also now issued a statement. It says, and I'm quoting here, the flight which departed from Ahmedabad at 1:38 p.m. IST was carrying 242 passengers and crew members on board the Boeing 7878 aircraft. Of these, 169 are Indian nationals, 53 are British nationals, 1 Canadian national and 7 Portuguese. The Air India airline further says that the injured people are now being taken to the nearest hospital. And they have also set up a dedicated passenger hotline number, which is 1800-5691-444 to provide more information. The focus right now of all the agencies, from the DGCA to Air India to the state administration and the central government, is regarding the rescue operation which is currently underway to save the injured passengers after Air India flight bound for London crashed at the Meghani Nagar area, which is residential area near the Ahmedabad airport. What we do know is also that all the roads leading to the Ahmedabad International Sardar Vallabhbhai Airport has also been sealed. Back to you, Diksha.
Right, thank you, Resha, for getting us that report. And from the latest that we're getting, the Boeing 7878 passenger jet, which had 242 people on board, it had 169 people who were Indian nationals, 53 were British nationals, 1 Canadian national and 7 Portuguese nationals. Well, the flight, which departed from Ahmedabad at 1:38 p.m. was carrying these 242 passengers. It also included 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members. And we know that the rescue operations are underway. A green corridor has been created and it's been in place to carry the victims from the site to the nearest hospital. And we have with us Mr. Sanat Khalsa. What can you tell us about these latest developments and how do we make sense of the scene that's unfolding before us?
Well, it's very difficult to say anything. And all the precautions, all the necessary requirements after a crash are being taken. The green corridor has been created, and I'm sure that the passengers injured are getting all the best service available in Ahmedabad. So that is one side. Why did this accident take place? It's too early to say anything. With maybe 242 or 243 passengers on board, it is difficult to say why this thing took place. We have to find the black box and we have to see why it took place. Nothing can be ruled out at this stage, why the thing took place, why the accident took place. So that is the only thing we can say, that no, it's very, very unfortunate, tragic and unfortunate. that this happened, and it hasn't happened to Air India since 2010, when the Mangalore crash took place. So it's been quite a long. I mean, there's been a very good, there was no crash since 15 years. So they've had a good innings because aircrafts are susceptible. But here the crash just took place after takeoff. It was not bad weather. It was not any other reason. So it's very, very difficult to say why the crash took place.
Right,
It
sir.
will have to be
And we know that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be reaching Ahmedabad shortly, and we know that he's also spoken to the police commissioner regarding the plane crash, and he has assured to provide full government support. Meanwhile, we're also hearing from a senior police officer who has said that as per the preliminary information, a London-bound Air India flight that has crashed at the doctor's hospital within 2 to 3 minutes. The police and other agencies reached the spot, and almost 70 to 80% of the area has been cleared. This is the latest that we're getting, that 70 to 80% of the area has been covered and all the authorities have been involved. Now, given the situation, what do you think is going to pan out in the hours which are very crucial going forward, and what are the relief and rescue operations, how are they going to transform to tackle this situation? Help us understand that as well.
Well, the immediate thing is to save as many people as possible, give them the best treatment possible, and that's all we can talk about. The investigative team will have to go and look for the black box and investigate what the reasons. We should not rule out anything, including a sabotage, but I wouldn't like to say that just now. And therefore, I think it's a preliminary. It's very early to make an assessment of why this aircraft had an accident. Dreamliners have had a good record. It was an Air India Dreamliner 787. No particular, otherwise, no, it was not a dangerous aircraft or an aircraft which had a bad history. So the aircraft itself was fine, I think. And that's all I can say just now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective with us, and also helping us understand the gravity of the situation. And to get more, we're being joined by Dharamjot Kaur from the newsroom. Dharamjot, help us understand the gravity of the situation, and what else do we know so far?
Well, from what we're hearing from officials so far, Diksha, is we have an entire passenger list, out of which 169 passengers have been identified as Indian nationals, 53 are British national, 1 is a Canadian national, and 7 are Portuguese nationals. A total of 242 passengers and crew members in all were on the flight that shortly after departing from the airport in Ahmedabad ended up crashing. Unfortunately, a very tragic incident this. Of course, a lot of details are still emerging. There is no clear confirmation, there is no official information on casualty count, so that is something that we have to wait for. The injured have been rushed to the hospital. NDRF personnel and other officials are present on ground trying to curtail the situation as quickly and as effectively as they can at the moment. But the visuals, the pictures do paint a grim picture. However, we still don't know the scale of damage in terms of where the status stands for the individuals who were present on board the Air India flight at this point, Diksha. The UK Embassy in India has put out an official statement confirming that they're aware of the situation with respect to the flight that was London bound, which crashed near the Ahmedabad airport. The UK Embassy has said that they're working with local authorities to urgently establish the facts and provide support. So this is the UK Embassy in India acknowledging whatever is officially out there of the incident so far. There's also a dedicated passenger hotline number that has been put out by the aviation authorities. It's important to reiterate that number again and again. So for the benefit of our viewers, the hotline number is 1800-5691-444. This is the hotline that anybody who needs official information, anybody is looking for loved ones or somebody they know, any official information that they need, this is the hotline number that they can reach out to, Diksha.
Right, Dharamjot. The UK in India has also issued a statement saying that we are aware that a flight from Ahmedabad to London has crashed near Ahmedabad airport with 242 passengers on board, 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members, and that they are working with local authorities to establish the facts and provide support. But Dharamjot, at this point of time, what are the challenges lined up for the rescue operations underway? We do know that the Ahmedabad police, they have clearly said that 70 to 80% of the debris around the crash site, which took place at the Meghani Nagar area, which is residential area, has been cleared. But tell us more about the rescue ops which are underway and the challenges perhaps lined up.
Well, Resha, it clearly is a very challenging situation. We've been seeing how, within minutes after takeoff, the flight, the pilot gave out a mayday warning, and the flight unfortunately crashed immediately after. Now, in a situation like this, it is of course very challenging, given that the airplane did erupt in flames. So it is a very challenging issue for all on the ground, the rescue teams, the investigating teams, to curtail the situation and do it in a manner that ensures minimal damage to life. That's of course the first priority that officials on ground are looking at. We do know that there are several personnel who have been injured, as also confirmed in the statement put out by Air India. They have been rushed to the nearest hospitals. But as I said, we are unaware of the scale of damage to the passengers who were on board the Air India aircraft at the moment. We are not aware of any, if any deaths have taken place. There is no such information at the moment. So I think it's important to put out to the viewers so that there is no panic among people in terms of their loved ones on board or anybody near the area. We're still waiting for official word with respect to what the count is in terms of injuries, serious or not serious. That is something that we will still have to wait for. But it's going to be a challenging situation, not just in terms of rescue. As you rightly mentioned, 80% of the debris has been cleared. I think the worst part of the situation with respect to curtailing the fire is over at the point. Now will be the step of investigation for probing authorities to now understand why exactly is it that the crash took place, what was the reason behind it. As one of our experts just mentioned a few moments back, that this is a Dreamliner, which is an aircraft which is otherwise well known and reputed, but clearly something went wrong for it to crash the way it did within minutes after takeoff. So a lot of details will be awaited, Raisha, with respect to what the investigating agencies do find out with respect to the reason of this crash and what is it that exactly went wrong.
Right, Dharamjot, it was 787 Boeing Dreamliner which of course crashed, and we also talk to us more about the situation right now on the ground, because 70 to 80% of the debris has been cleared right now. But like you mentioned, challenges will be lined up to rescue the injured passengers. There is no clarity on the number of casualties or the number of passengers which have been injured. What we do know that there were 242 passengers on board the Air India flight bound for London, which crashed with 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members.
Also, for the fact that the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport has put out a statement saying that all other operations with respect to ingoing and outgoing flights have been suspended for the moment. So passengers who had flights from the airport or were about to land at the airport, they will now need to check with their airlines to check on what the latest updates are with respect to the ongoing situation. So clearly there's a lot going on at the airport and near the airport right now, Resha. Of course, we have the rescue ops going on. We have NDRF personnel and other agencies present on the ground trying to curtail the situation as much as they can. We saw that the flight did crash somewhere near a residential area. So any sort of collateral infrastructural damage that might have taken place, we don't have any official word on that yet, but that is something that authorities will have to ascertain at a certain point. Also, as I mentioned, the injured have been sent to the hospital. It's now up to in the hands of the medical teams to look after and to ascertain what kind of injuries, the seriousness of injuries that passengers on board the Air India flight have suffered. Again, there is no word. I think this needs to be made clear again and again. There is no word on whether there is any loss of life yet. We're still waiting official confirmation with respect to what the scale of damage is to life. In the visuals, we can already see the extent of damage to the aircraft. We did see a part of it going up in flames, and then rescue teams and other personnel reaching very quickly within minutes to kind of douse the situation and curtail any sort of extra damage. So this is where the situation stands right now, Raisha. There is a lot of information that's trickling in from official websites and official agencies, but apart from that, there is not a lot of information on, number one, what went wrong. That is something that the investigating teams will be looking into. It's something that we may find out in a matter of time. That information is not available right now. Also, we do not have clarity on the numbers in terms of injuries or any possible deaths of any passenger which may have taken place. There is no confirmation on that as well. So this is the official information that we have right now. Also, as I mentioned a short while ago, there is a list of passengers which clearly identified the nationals who were traveling on board the Air India flight that was bound for London. The flight had 169 Indian nationals, 53 were British nationals, 1 Canadian national and 7 Portuguese nationals were present on the flight. Now, officials have also provided, as I mentioned, a passenger hotline number for people to get in touch in case they're looking for loved ones, for passengers who were probably traveling in flights which was bound for the Sardar Vallabhbhai International Airport. So a hotline number has been put out. I'm just quickly going to read out that number for the viewers. The number is 1-800-5691-444. I repeat, 1-800-5691-444. Raisha?
Right, Dharamjot. We're also getting visuals of people gathered outside the Ahmedabad hospital where the injured passengers have been admitted, and as you can see the visuals on your screens right now, there are a lot of people gathered outside the hospital where the passengers who have been injured after the Air India flight crashed near the Meghani Nagar area, they have been admitted in this particular hospital, and as we can see the ambulances coming outside the hospital. But to understand what actually happened and the on-ground situation, senior police officer from Gujarat Police briefed the media about the incident and the ongoing rescue efforts which are currently underway. Take a listen.
के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रिलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियाँ, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे।
Right, and these are the visuals from outside the hospital where the injured passengers have been admitted. The rescue operations are currently underway. All the teams have swung into action to rescue the injured passengers. As we can see, the fire brigade and the rescue teams are at the crash site after an Air India flight crashed near the Meghani Nagar area, which is a residential area near the Ahmedabad airport, just 5 minutes after taking off. And for more on this, we're now being joined by our correspondent Siddhant Sibal on the show. Siddhant, Prime Minister Modi has also spoken with the Gujarat Chief Minister and has also assured all assistance. What we're also learning is that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be flying to Ahmedabad at 4 p.m. IST today. Tell us more.
Well, essentially what has happened is that the Air India has confirmed the foreign nationalities on board and also said that there were approximately over 50 British nationals. There was one Canadian national as well, and there were 7 Portuguese nationals, 169 Indian nationals. All in all, there were 242 passengers. Now, this is a development which is evolving. First, we need to basically tell our viewers that. And the second, of course, is that it has an international repercussions as well, given that there are nationalities of foreign countries involved as well. In fact, the UK High Commission has a short while ago issued a statement as well over this development, saying that they are in touch with the Indian authorities. They said in a statement that they are aware that a flight from Ahmedabad to London has crashed near Ahmedabad airport, and they're working with the local authorities to urgently establish the facts and provide support. Our thoughts are with all those affected. But this is a major tragedy. This is a major accident. We know statements have been issued by Air India, by the Ahmedabad airport, by DGCA, giving facts which we have been giving to our viewers as well. More details are awaited. the authorities are in touch with each other. But essentially, we know that this is something that will be investigated thoroughly. This is an international flight that suffered the accident, and it went in an area where there were people on the ground as well. So on those details as well, there are details which are awaited as to what exactly happened.
Right, Siddhant, like you also mentioned that there were not just Indian passengers on board the Air India flight, but also international passengers with 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national and 7 Portuguese nationals. Siddhant, talk to us more on the international repercussions of this fatal crash with the UK in India, the embassy there also releasing a statement saying that they are working with the local authorities to urgently establish the facts and provide support, with, of course, the focus right now being on rescuing the passengers.
Well, as per the protocol, the missions of foreign countries are essentially reaching out to their nationals whenever they are in distress. This is what the Indian missions also do, and this is their primary work, to provide support to their foreign nationals. Now, for the British High Commission in Delhi and its consulates across India, one of the biggest issues right now will be the situation regarding this. They are, of course, actively reaching out to the Indian authorities and also, of course, getting first-hand information from the media as well. Given there were more than 50 British nationals, most of them are Indian origin nationals, they will be, of course, hoping to, whatever in any way, reach out to their families as well, who, of course, will be in distress. And same stands true for Canada. The same stands true for the Portuguese mission here in Delhi. But all in all, we know that there is a statement that now has been issued by the UK High Commission here in Delhi. And what we have also seen, that outpouring of condolences. In fact, even as I speak, the French ambassador has issued a condolence message. We do expect more condolence messages being poured out. But right now, the big question in front of everyone is clearly as to, first, why this accident happened. The second, when it comes to the casualty figures, what are the exact casualty figures? The third, of course, is are there any casualties on the ground? Because this accident, in fact, happened at a residential area. So the big question will be that if there is a casualty on the ground as well.
Right, Siddhant. Dharamjot, coming to you, what we're also learning is that the building top on which the plane crashed, the Air India plane which crashed, was a doctor's hostel. Police say that they have reached the spot in a few minutes and they've cleared most of the area. Like what we were also discussing, 70 to 80% of the area has been cleared. But what the information we're getting now is that the building top on which the plane crashed is a doctor's hostel, because the Air India flight which crashed, it crashed near the Meghani Nagar area, which is the residential area, which further complicates the rescue operations which is currently underway.
Well, you're right, Rayesha. It indeed has crashed in a doctor's hostel, which is a residential area, as you rightly mentioned. However, we still don't know if there is any casualty on the ground, as my colleague Siddhant rightly mentioned. That the level of damage in that respect is still need to be ascertained. We are still waiting for official information if there were people inside the residential area in the building, the hostel building at that point. If so, how many people were there? Were they able to get out on time? Have they faced any sort of injuries, or are there any casualties in that building after the flight crashed into it a few hours ago? So all of that information is still awaited. We do, however, know that the police reached the spot within a few minutes, and at this point most of the area has been cleared. So it needs to be ascertained whether there is any loss or injury to human life. That is not something we're aware of at this point officially, Rayesha. We can, however, see in the visuals and the photos that we're playing out that there is damage, infrastructural damage in the area. So whether or not that has translated into any tragical damage of human life, that is something that still needs to be ascertained. Also, more information coming in at this point that all doctors leave has been cancelled in the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital after the incident, the tragedy of the plane crash that has unfolded at the international airport. This is the information that is just coming in, Raisha. Leave of all the doctors has been cancelled at the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. Now we do know that Air India, the Air India official page and others have put out information saying that there are a few injuries with respect to the passengers who were on board. We do not know the scale of injury at this point. We're also aware that as soon as the crash took place, officials reached on site immediately. They started dousing the fire. They started rescuing passengers who were inside, and they were then sent to nearby hospitals and the civil hospital in Ahmedabad as well. After which, we're now getting this information that doctors who are on leave or doctors who are present who might have to go on leave, the leave has been cancelled for all the medical staff over there at Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. Another information coming in, Raisha, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has put out information as well. The Ministry of Civil Aviation in a tweet has said, and I'm quoting, in light of the AI-171 crash, an operational control room has been activated at the Ministry of Civil Aviation to coordinate all the details. They have put out 2 contact numbers that will be active in this operational control room, which has now been activated in light of the incident. The post further goes on to read, we are committed to swift response and full support to all the affected. So this is where things stand at the moment, Raisha. We do know the number of passengers and crew who was present on the flight. That's 242 in all. However, we are not aware of any official information yet on the number of casualties or any tragic loss of life that might have taken place. That is something that is yet to be ascertained, Raisha.
Right, Dharamjot, we have a correspondent, Siddhant Sibal, here with us. Siddhant, we were just talking about the international repercussions of this fatal crash, and news just coming in is that the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has said that his thoughts are with the passengers and families of those on the Air India flight, which was bound for London Gatwick and crashed in Ahmedabad just 5 minutes after the crash. Tell us more.
Well, this is something that is expected. Now we know that there were over 50 British nationals on board. So I'm pretty sure that the British authorities must be reaching out to the Indian authorities when it comes to this crash. One thing I can say that the missions of UK, Canada, and particularly Light Law are actively monitoring the situation for any kind of information that is arising. The second, of course, is condolences have started to pour from various other foreign missions as well, which is on expected lines. And the third, of course, is that I do expect the leaders of these countries, UK, Canada, Portugal, at certain time, give a message as well when it comes to what has happened, the accident that has happened. But this is an evolving situation. The government is still yet to put out the casualty figures. The third, of course, is there are obviously this is an accident that has happened of huge proportions. So, of course, in terms of not only casualty figures, but the situation that is happening, the government is, of course, giving out information, but it will be information based on facts. And, of course, one thing that is clear in terms of what has happened on the ground. I'm getting latest visuals also of the ground where the plane crash happened, and we know that from those visuals we can see buildings which have been charged, which are completely burned out. We also know that firefighters are also present on the ground trying to douse the fire, and we also believe that the Indian military is also being involved in some ways in terms of providing support as well. Meanwhile, the French ambassador and the Russian ambassador both now have issued their condolences after the deadly plane crash in the western Indian state of Gujarat.
Right, Siddharth. Coming back to Dharamjot, information coming in is also because the focal point right now is the rescue operations and to rescue the injured passengers after that fatal crash of the Air India flight bound for London. The Indian Army and the Army camp in Ahmedabad, they have broken their boundary wall so that there's easy access to the site of the crash. So, Dharamjot, at this point of time, from the military to the police officers, the rescue team, the fire brigade and the state and the central administration, it's like all hands on desk to safeguard and to rescue the injured passengers. Tell us more on this.
Well, you're absolutely right, Resha. In fact, this is the information that we do have so far. All the available security personnel and agencies on the ground, from the military to the paramilitary to police to the NDRF personnel, are being deployed. It indeed is an all hands on deck situation given the scale of the tragedy that has unfolded after the Air India flight crashed just minutes after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Now, as you rightly mentioned, this is the scale of it, as we can see in the visuals on our screens. It definitely looks very tragic. The situation does look grim. We did see that when the flight was crashing, it then erupted in flames. So it clearly is a very tragic incident that has unfolded. We still don't know officially how many passengers are injured and what the scale of injury is, but we do know that several of them have sustained injuries. Now, given the kind of situation, this is where things stand, Resha, which is why the Indian Army has also been deployed to ensure that they have maximum personnel present on ground. The state authorities and others present on ground are also trying to ensure that there is maximum personnel present in the medical infrastructure as well, which is why, as I mentioned a little while ago, that leave has been cancelled for all doctors at the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. And then we're also seeing the Indian Army now step in. They have, as you mentioned, broken down the boundary wall of the Army cantonment area in Ahmedabad, and they've done this to allow for easy access to the site of the crash. They're also taking all the logistics into consideration, given that first there may be a narrow sort of access available. So to kind of make it easy, make the process quicker, given that this is a time-sensitive matter, the Indian Army has chosen to break down the boundary wall and ensure that all the security officials and all the agencies who are present on the ground can ensure that that the situation is curtailed as much as they possibly can. It still remains a tragic situation. We do know that there are passengers on board who have been injured. We don't know if anybody has been injured in the residential building, the doctor's hostel, in which the plane crashed into. So we're still not aware of any official confirmation on that. We're still awaiting any formal word from authorities on ground with respect to the kind of damage to human life, if at all any has happened at the moment. Now, having said that, there are other kinds of details also coming out, Raisha, at this moment. There is details from the flight radar. This is not official, but flight radar has put in information saying that they lost the signal from the aircraft AI-171 shortly after it took off. It is saying it lost the connection seconds after the flight took off. So this is where things stand at the moment, Raisha. Again, as we know, all the teams were rushed to the site. Everyone is trying to curtail the situation as effectively as they can and as soon as they can. But we still don't have any clarity in terms of the scale of damage to human life at this point, Raisha.
Right, Dharamjot, no clarity on the scale of damage and the number of passengers who have been injured after that fatal crash. Like you also mentioned, that it's of course too early to say anything officially, but flight radar says that it lost signal within seconds after takeoff, because we do know that the Air India flight crashed 5 minutes after taking off at 1:38 p.m. IST, and reports also suggest that the pilot of the Air India flight, we do know that there were 2 pilots on board the Air India flight, that the pilot had issued a mayday call to air traffic control moments before the crash near Ahmedabad. Right, we have Siddharth Sibal here with us. Siddhant, talk to us more about how Amit Shah is also about to land in Ahmedabad at 4 p.m. IST, and how the focal point right now is on the rescue operation which is currently underway, and to of course ascertain and determine as to what went wrong, as to what led to the crash of the Air India flight, which crashed 5 minutes after taking off with 242 passengers on board.
Well, yes, the Indian Home Minister is expected to travel to Ahmedabad. This is what is being reported. One thing is clear that the entire, not only state machinery, but the central machinery has been put on high alert. Now, what the DGCA has short while ago said that the crash happened 5 minutes after the takeoff at 1:38 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And given the details that there were 232 passengers on board, and essentially what is happening on the ground is that the Indian military has been called to provide support in the aftermath of the crash that has happened. We know that it crashed in a residential area. There are more details awaited on that. It's an evolving situation, and nonetheless, it is also having international dimensions, given the fact that there were over 50 British nationals on board. There were Portuguese nationals and one Canadian national. So the missions of all these three countries are actively monitoring the situation. In fact, the UK mission has issued a release in the aftermath of the accident. We also know that the focus remains on trying to make sure that when it comes to trying to rescue people, that is the biggest priority for the government. The government hasn't put out any casualty figures, so there are no casualty figures as of now. But of course, the focus is to be hopeful and try to make sure that as many people who can be rescued, they can be rescued. But as we have been saying, it's an evolving situation, and the focus remains as to how there can be, of course, any rescue that can happen as soon as possible.
Right. Thanks, Siddhant and Dharamjot, for getting us the latest on this very unfortunate incident which has happened a few hours ago, where an Air India flight flying to London crashed near the Meghani Nagar residential area in Ahmedabad. And as you can see the visuals on your screens, the injured passengers have been rushed to the hospital there in Ahmedabad, and the rescue operation is currently underway. However, challenges line up regarding the rescue operations because the crash took place on top of a doctor's hostel with no clarity on how many passengers have been injured, because there has been no number put out on the casualty as well.
All right, so these are the catastrophic scenes that we are witnessing at this moment in the aftermath of this tragic crash that has taken place, where this moment it is being reported that there were 242 people on board, 169 of whom were Indians. And at this moment, it is not clear as to how many people have ended up losing their lives, but those who are injured and who have managed to survive reportedly have been taken to hospitals. Now, this London-bound air flight was on its way to the Gatwick airport. There were 242 people on board the crashed flight. 169 Indians, 53 British and 1 Canadian national were on board. And the aircraft is said to have crashed immediately after it took off from Ahmedabad. Now, the Indian Prime Minister, of course, has asked the concerned authorities to take stock of the situation. Now, the plane, of course, crashed near the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport, and these are tragic scenes that have emerged off a Air India flight with 242 people on board that's in fact crashed immediately after it took off. This perhaps will go down as one of the worst aviation tragedies that's happened in India. There is more information that is yet to come out in terms of what exactly resulted in this crash of this Air India Dreamliner that crashed just moments after taking off in Ahmedabad. A video of the aircraft flying low and then struggling to gain altitude shows the plane slamming down to the ground and then exploding in a massive ball of fire at roughly about 1:38 p.m. This is that video which shows the plane immediately after takeoff coming down again and crashing down into the ground. Why was it that the plane was not able to take off in the manner that a normal flight takes off? Was there a problem with the speed at which it had taken off? Why was it not able to gain altitude? These are some of the technical questions that, of course, will need to be answered. But what we know at this point of time is that this plane, which had 242 people on board, that was London bound, crashed immediately after taking off at about 1:38 p.m. in the afternoon in Ahmedabad. Now, this is a 787 Dreamliner that was carrying 242 people on board. It crashed immediately after taking off. And now, an investigation, of course, will prove as to what really happened. But for the moment, though, for the families of the people who were on board this aircraft, this is the worst nightmare that has come true. These are images from the scene of the crash, where at this moment the firefighters are putting out the last embers of the fire from the plane. We do not know the death toll. At this moment, there is still a lot of clarity that is needed in terms of how many people were there survivors. But there are reports that some have survived and they've been taken to hospitals. But we, at this moment, do not know of the death toll. It's being reported that immediately after takeoff, the pilot had sent out a mayday call. There was no response after that to repeated calls from the air traffic controller. In the final moments, the catastrophic failure to achieve the lift happened at a very low altitude. So it is being said that the plane went off control when it was just 825 feet in the sky. And the aircraft was quite clearly unable to climb, is what is being reported, which is what resulted in the flight again coming down and crashing. There were 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese nationals on board this flight, which has crashed in this manner. We do not know the death toll, but this quite clearly and evidently is going to be one of the worst aviation disasters in India's history. These are the images, the tragic images of the plane that, of course, has crashed immediately after takeoff. The Indian Prime Minister has spoken to the Aviation Minister, and it now remains to be seen as to what exactly has happened in terms of the death toll. And there will, of course, be an investigation which will establish what went wrong. This, of course, is the question that will be asked by the investigators and, of course, the family members of those who have ended up losing their lives in this tragic plane crash that has taken place at 1:38 p.m. this afternoon in Ahmedabad. The Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu Kinjarappa has said that he is personally monitoring the situation and has directed all aviation and emergency response agencies to take swift and coordinated action. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation, in a statement, has said that the aircraft piloted by Captain Sumit Sabharwal, with 8,200 hours of flying experience, and the first officer Clive Kundar with 1,100 hours of experience, had made a mayday call just before its crash. And my colleague Dharamjot Kaur is, of course, monitoring all the details for us and is joining us from the newsroom. Dharamjot, this is a tragic crash that has happened, probably one of the worst aviation disasters in India's history. Give us a sense of what's unfolding at this moment.
Well, Saleh, a lot of ambulances are lining up at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad at this point. Leave has been cancelled for all doctors and medical staff at this moment, given the scale of the tragedy that has unfolded in the city. We also know that there is a lot of damage that has taken place at the periphery of the airport where the plane crashed just shortly after taking off earlier in the afternoon. We also know at this point that the plane crashed into what is a doctor's hostel. But at this moment, we have not been able to ascertain officially whether or not there were people present in the hostel building, any doctors or staff present over there at that point. If so, how many were there? What is the scale of damage inside? Did people get injured? We don't have any information on injuries from the hostel. That's number one. Number two, we still don't have any official figures of casualties of passengers on board the flight, the Air India flight that was bound for London. So none of the official figures with respect to human lives is out at this moment. That is something I'd like to clarify for the viewers. But we do know that many people have been injured and they have been immediately taken to the nearby hospitals, which is why it's all hands on deck at this point, Saleh. We have paramilitary forces, military personnel, the Indian Army present in Ahmedabad has also gotten involved with the situation to ascertain that whatever damage control is needed, that can be done very quickly. The NDRF team and other police personnel reached the spot just minutes after the entire the crash took place and the tragedy unfolded. Now, the Indian Army is also trying to ensure that it can do its bit logistically. They've broken down the army cantonment wall in Ahmedabad to ensure free flow and free passage for security teams coming in and going out, for any injured personnel who need to be carried out, and to overall ensure that it's a smooth process so that damage can be curtailed as much as it's possible. But it's still a very grim picture, Saleh. We're looking at this visuals on our screen and it doesn't look too good.
Absolutely, indeed, and it is all still at this moment. There needs to be an investigation done, and that is what will establish as to what actually went wrong. Why is it that this plane was not able to take off smoothly? Because the pilot who was, at the helm of affairs, Sumit Sabharwal, is said to have had an flying experience of 8,200 hours. And the first officer, Clive Kunder, who was with him, had 1,100 hours of flying experience, and they issued a mayday call just before the crash. What really happened? What brought this jumbo jet airliner to come crashing down is something that will be established as part of an investigation. But at this moment, this does appear to be one of the worst aviation catastrophe in India's history. 242 people were on board. We do not have any official figures on any survivors, because it is difficult to survive, but not impossible in an air crash. But we need to wait and watch as to what of course comes out officially at this moment. But this is what the scene looks like in Ahmedabad at this moment, where this London-bound Air India flight came crashing down just minutes after it took off. And what is shocking is the fact that it was very, very briefly in air. It managed to attain an altitude of just 825 feet, and then it started to lose its altitude and came crashing down in a very dramatic manner. There is a 17-odd second long video of the plane, if we can get that up on our screens again, of this plane which came crashing down. This will give you a glimpse of what in fact has unfolded. It is a tragedy. It's not something that's easy to come to grips with, because 242 people were on board this flight that has crashed, and a number of them, 169 of them, are said to be Indian nationals, 53 are British nationals, one was a Canadian, and 7 others were Portuguese nationals. The flight number AI-171, operating on the Ahmedabad-London Gatwick route, of course, has come crashing down at roughly about 1:38, 1:39 p.m. Indian Standard Time. This is what the scene looks like at this moment in Ahmedabad, where it has crashed, and we need to ascertain the details of how many have, if any, have survived this tragic crash that has taken place, which will go down as arguably one of the worst aviation disasters in India's aviation history. The last time round there was something as catastrophic as this was back in 2010, in which 158 people had been killed in a flight from Dubai to Mangaluru. It happened in Karnataka. 158 people had ended up losing their lives. And joining us on the broadcast, we've got Captain Amit Singh, who's an aviation expert and also the former head at Airline Flight Operations and Safety. He's joining us on this broadcast. Captain Singh, thank you very much indeed, sir, for speaking to us here on WION. You know, these images of this plane which is said to have taken off just 825 feet in terms of its altitude, and then it came crashing down. In your assessment, what do you think has gone wrong? Because a civilian flight such as this is routine. You know, there are hundreds, thousands of flights that take off, and it does not result in a tragedy such as this.
It's a very sad moment for not just aviation, but the entire nation. It is intriguing how an aircraft which is airborne can come down all of a sudden. The images that we see, the aircraft nose going high, which means the aircraft piloted by the captain is desperately trying to keep the aircraft airborne, while there is something which is putting the aircraft down, which means the wings are not generating enough lift. As you can see, the flaps which are supposed to be extended are not extended. It's difficult to make out, but only the investigation or the initial investigation can tell us the number of reasons where in the past errors have been made and accidents have happened. If we start from the ground, the aircraft loading, was the aircraft loaded correctly? Was there a loading issue? Aircraft loaded more than the required or what the pilot was aware of? Did the pilot enter the weight correctly in the flight management system? Were the speeds accurate? There is always tolerance in the system. So even if there is a slight error, the system will absorb those errors. But this is a gross error which has happened somewhere. And it could be a combination of errors, which usually lead to an accident, not just one. So there could be a weight issue, wrong performance, combined by bird hit or something. Only an investigation tells us. In December, we saw the Boeing accident happen in Korea because of multiple birds which struck the airliner. And in a desperate attempt to land, they could have got saved, but there was an embankment on the ILS antenna, concrete. They crashed into concrete. So last-ditch effort to save the aircraft went by. So here also, there was a desperate attempt. At the end of it, you see, there is a trained pilot, a well-trained pilot who is supposed to react to the moment and determine what's going wrong in that split second. And now there are two pilots.
That is
so there are reports of a mayday transmission to the ATC, which means they were in their senses and they were aware that something has gone wrong, that they had that much time to convey that the aircraft is not flyable and there's a desperate need or an emergency. And they can forecast, they can see the aircraft going down. If
Captain, if I can just ask you here, before a plane takes off, I'm pretty sure, there would have been these checks that have been done to ensure that everything is in order. Do you think, the fact that the pilots got into the cabin and then decided to take off, do you think there was a mistake that was done in terms of perhaps the maintenance, or do you think it's something that has happened once the plane was on the runway? Because there is at this moment a lot of speculation where people are suggesting that perhaps there was a bird that was hit by the plane, which resulted in the plane not gathering enough speed for it to take off smoothly. In your assessment, do you think something has gone wrong once the plane was taxiing on the runway, or is it something that's probably because of maintenance which has gone under the radar, which has not been detected?
No. If it is one engine which gets affected, the aircraft is completely flyable. From the perspective of aerodynamics, the aircraft is certified to fly with one engine. The pilots are trained to fly the aircraft with one engine every 6 months. Only if both engines are affected, then there is an issue that
प्लीज हमसे सहयोग करिए और थोड़ी सी हमारे लिए जगह बना के रखिए ताकि हम एम्बुलेंस को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना के हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचा सके। थैंक यू।
जे प्रमाणे जॉइंट पुलिस कमिश्नर।
All right, so we just heard from the police official there, this time asking people to stay calm and not to give heed to rumors, because this, remember, is a very fluid situation at this moment. We still do not know as to what the scale of the tragedy is. There is, of course, an investigation that will be done. The black box of this plane will have to be retrieved, and then more information can be given out with more certainty. We've got Captain Amit Singh with us. Captain Amit Singh, we just had cut across to a soundbite to one of the local police officials there who was trying to maintain order. You were telling us that at this moment, you know, it's difficult to, in fact, conclusively say as to what could have gone wrong. But you mentioned that even in the case of a bird hit, if one engine is damaged, the plane can still be flown, and you know, the lives could have been saved. You know, is it possible? Because it's, you know, for the layman, it's difficult to understand as to the kind of impact that a bird hit can actually have on a plane that is just about to take off. Is it possible that more than one bird hit could have gone into either of the engines, and that is what may have resulted in a failure? Or is it outside the realm of mathematical possibility?
It is a possibility. We have seen in the past multiple bird hits. The Hudson River accident, in which the Airbus 320 suffered multiple bird hits, had to land in the river. So this is the most critical phase of the flight, the takeoff, and every pilot is trained for that. And the aircraft is completely flyable with one engine failure, which means 50% loss of thrust. But with both engines failed, because Ahmedabad, as it is, has a bird issue. There are a lot of birds around the airfield, and because of number of reasons, because of these, we have the dumping grounds, sanitation issues. So the birds are attracted around the airport. So there have been cases in the past, number of cases, and in fact, India, the bird hits have continued to rise every year. So that is a very big issue in terms of safety. Like I said, there could be issues with the takeoff performance. There have been errors in computing the speeds or entering the speeds, but those errors have been absorbed by the aircraft. The aircrafts are quite sturdy in that sense. Here, there is clearly an issue of engine thrust, because if there is a wrong speed issue, the pilots they have an option to give maximum thrust. So maximum thrust caters for all eventuality. With two engines running, the aircraft performance is not an issue. With single engine, it becomes an issue, and it could be compounded with another technical failure. The images are not clear, but I would like to see the image of the wing. From what I see from far, the flaps, which are supposed to be extended at takeoff, seems to be retracted. For what caused that retraction is very, I don't know. At that low altitude, what could be the reason that flap was retracted? That is a point of concern, an area which should be looked into. But the investigation will look at right from the training of the pilots, their thing, the fatigue, and the numbers which they had. All those things they will look at. I hope they look at it.
Indeed.
To get a real...
you know, that's something that will be looked at. You know, the pilot fatigue. How long had the pilot been flying? Because this is a very experienced pilot. From the information that we have, it was Captain Sumit Sabharwal with more than 8,200 hours of flying experience, along with First Officer Clive Kunder with 1,100 hours of experience. This is a statement by the DGCA. So for someone who has 8,200 hours of flying experience, you know, I'm pretty sure the pilot is experienced enough to look at all eventualities. So unless there is an issue of fatigue or any other thing, because at the beginning of a flight, you know, one assumes that the pilots are, both of them, you know, on their toes, ready to take off, because that is the most intense and crucial aspect of flying. So an investigation, of course, will give us a better idea. But Captain Singh, in your assessment, the black box of this plane has to be found. What information, can a black box nav give to understand as to what may have happened in the cockpit just moments before this crash?
The black box will include the cockpit voice recorder, which will give the audio recordings of what is happening within the cockpit and of the transmissions with the air traffic controller. So will the air traffic controller tapes will be sealed to find out, and then it will give us was there a state of panic or not. We have to determine from the voice of the pilots when they are talking, and did they at some point know what was going wrong. They would have spoken about it. So these are all the indications which we can get from the CVR, from the flight data recorder. We get the actual parameters of what the flap setting was, what the speeds were, what the thrust was generating, was the thrust enough to sustain, why was the landing gear left down. So all these we have to combine the data and determine what was what was actually happening. That is the
in case there was some damage to the engines, this is at this moment all in the realm of speculation. In case there was a damage to the engines, how soon do you think the pilot would have known about this, and how soon could have taken remedial action?
The damage is immediate because we have the engine parameters for both the engines. So all the moving parts are transmitted in front of the pilot and displayed as percentage or numbers. So we have the percentage and the speed at which the engine is rotating, what is the fuel being supplied. So if there is a bird hit and the engine has failed, the parameters will wind down, come to a low figure. And the system detects. So that detects an engine failure, the computers on board, and they give a warning of an engine failure.
Now, flying is considered, Captain Singh, flying is considered to be the safest mode of transportation, but it's difficult to say, in the aftermath of a tragedy such as this, where 242 people who were on board this flight, we do not know as to what exactly has happened to them. What can the regulatory authorities actually do here? Because you mentioned something important. You said that the menace of birds flying around airports because of the presence of dumping grounds is something that has been increasing. This is something that you have pointed out. What is now incumbent on the regulatory authorities that they try and rectify this?
Well, to begin with, the regulatory authority has to look inwards first and both outwards. Do they have sufficient trained manpower to handle so many things? We have seen so many helicopter accidents in the past few weeks, training school accidents in the past few weeks, and now this big accident. So a big accident does not happen out of the blue. There are enough warnings which are given in terms of smaller incidents or serious incidents. So if we try to hide incidents and convert serious incidents into just incidents, so basically digging ourselves into the sand, the ostrich effect. And if we say everything is fine, so recently we said we have passed the IQ audit, which is the UN body on aviation with flying colors. I had a look at that report, which said in the past 5 years there has been 0 accidents. But Calicut accident happened in that time. There was another Indigo ATR accident. So if you do not put figures up front, of course you'll get good marks. Your safety management system, which is the bubble under which all safety activities happen, was a failure. It is a red mark. But overall, we got 70+%. So we are tom-tomming that our safety has gone up. But you see, the critical part of the safety management system in which safety resides, that is a failure. So how can we be so sure? That is why we will continue to see repeated issues like this. Air India training itself has been in flux. A lot of compromises were made in terms of pilot training, because of which the head of training was replaced. I don't know what is the qualification of the current head of training. They have something called standards department, which keeps checking pilots at random, an instructor checking an examiner, which is not a DGC approved entity. So it is a ghost entity which is doing. So who's in charge of Air India? I'm not really very sure who's running Air India.
You know, the regulators will, of course, have to look into this. This is something that cannot be brushed under the carpet. This is something that is a very, very serious issue, and that needs to be addressed.
Yes.
But Captain Amit Singh, I also want you to, shed some light on, if you can, about the kind of maintenance and the pre-checks that are done before a plane takes off. Because for people, thousands and hundreds of thousands of people who are now to board their flights, the fact that a tragedy of this scale has happened, they'll be extremely concerned about the safety of flying. How safe is it to fly? This is, a one-off, very rare incident that has happened. But what are the kind of checks that are done before a plane, a civilian plane such as this, is deemed to be ready for takeoff before every flight?
The aircraft is checked thoroughly. It is basically, if you go back to the manufacturer, Boeing, in the past they've had so many issues, and I've written about it in my the book which has just been released, Mind Fly, about human factor issues and such things. That Boeing, there was a U.S. court. This is not me, just the US court saying that Boeing was aware of known design defects, which they did not rectify just because of the costs, which would have spiraled up. So there were a spate of Boeing 737 accidents in the 80s. Then there was a 747, which the center tank blew up because of wiring issues, and the 737 MAX accident. So Boeing was aware of design defects, but they did not rectify certain things because they had immunity from third-party manufacturing, which was taken off recently. The 787 had a battery fire issue when it was being manufactured.
Absolutely.
So Boeing conveniently said that we do not manufacture the batteries. Yuasa, the Japanese firm manufacturers, but the investigator said it is your responsibility. And what was the problem was the FAA was also not saying anything, was going soft on Boeing. So in India too, the regulator has to basically strengthen their capacity in terms of training of personnel and the oversight capabilities. India, in terms of growth, is becoming the third largest, but our aviation is on stilts. Foundation is weak. We do not have institutions which can produce professionals. We rely on outside foreign companies.
Right.
So we're going to spend about $1 billion in terms of training of
नहीं अभी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि क्या है।
हालत कैसे रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था क्या ये?
डॉक्टरों का रेसिडेंशियल इलाका था, उनका फ्लैट था।
पर ये कितने बजे हुआ कुछ?
बस 2-2:30 के बीच।
कुछ अंदाजा?
मुझे तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, जैसा मुझे पता चला इसे ऐसा हूँ, मैं भागी हूँ।
कितने उम्र कितनी हो सकती है फिर भी?
वो तो प्लान में जो लोग थे उनका तो पता नहीं है।
रहने वालों को भी कुछ हुई?
रहने वालों को भी बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। कितने आगे का जो ब्लॉक है ना, उसमें से सब निकले हैं, वो सही है। थोड़ा उनको हमने हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है।
अभी रेस्क्यू चलेगा?
अभी चलेगा, अभी चलेगा।
अच्छा इधर आ जाए।
All right, so that was one of the eyewitnesses there talking about what happened. She said effectively that she didn't know what was happening. Suddenly there was a plane that came down on what is now being reported as a doctor's hostel. So it is not that the plane has crashed in an empty ground. It's actually crashed in the middle of a residential area, and according to information that is coming in, it's in fact come down on a doctor's hostel, and we do not know as to how many people were inside the doctor's hostel at the time that the plane in fact crashed down on that building. 242 people were inside of that plane, on board that plane when the plane came crashing down. We've got Captain Amit Singh with us, who's of course giving us details in terms of what may have happened, because remember, all of this is still in the realm of speculation. A detailed investigation, of course, will conclusively establish as to what actually went wrong. But this quite clearly will go down as one of the worst aviation disasters in India's history. But was it preventable? These are some very inconvenient questions that need to be answered. This 17-odd-second video of the plane immediately after taking off, which went down and exploded in a ball of flames, is something that is going to give sleepless nights to all travelers who will be boarding a flight in the days to come. We'll of course be getting you continuous coverage, but first let's of course take a look as to what is making headlines at this moment. An Air India flight AI-171 with 242 passengers on board and crew members crashes immediately after it takes off from Ahmedabad's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport. The flight was headed to London, but the plane is reported to have crashed on top of a doctor's hostel. The rescue and medical teams are at the site carrying out emergency operations. 3 National Disaster Response Force teams comprising of 90 personnel have moved in from Gandhinagar and Vadodara. An emergency centre has been activated and support teams have been set up for families seeking information. Home Minister Amit Shah is to leave for Ahmedabad at 4 p.m. He's left for Ahmedabad at 4 p.m. The Indian Prime Minister directs for a high alert amongst all relevant agencies. The Civil Aviation Minister is said to be in close contact with senior officials from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. And Air India has expressed condolences to the families of the passengers and is assured that it is doing everything possible to support them. The passenger list has been released by Air India, which says that there were 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals on board this ill-fated plane, besides the 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian national who were also on board at the time this plane came down. The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has expressed concern, says that he's being kept updated and says that his country is working with the local authorities in India to urgently establish the facts and provide support. The Buckingham Palace has also said that the King Charles II is also being kept updated about this crash. So if you're just joining us, this is the big breaking but a tragic development that has happened where a London-bound Air India flight with 242 passengers and crew members on board has crashed just minutes after it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport in Ahmedabad. We do not know the circumstances that resulted in this crash, but this is a tragic incident which quite clearly will go down in history as one of the worst aviation disasters in India's history. There was smoke that was seen billowing from the site of the plane crash. And according to reports that have come in, the plane has not crashed in open ground, but has crashed in an area which had a doctor's hostel. We do not have information as to how many people were inside of the doctor's hostel at the time when the plane came crashing down. These are images from the scene where the plane has crashed. We still do not know as to how many people have actually managed to survive. But what we do know is that the rescue agencies have, of course, been rushed to the site of the crash, and there are efforts to look for anyone who may have survived this crash. Remember, the plane was at an altitude of 825 feet. That's not a lot. That's about less than 300 meters high before the plane came crashing down. What went wrong? An investigation, of course, will establish as to what has happened. But this is one of the worst aviation disasters in India's aviation history. The last time that you need to think of the very worst of the disasters on a scale that we've witnessed today, you'd have to go back all the way to 2010, where a Dubai-Mangaluru flight had crashed, resulting in 158 fatalities. This time round, the number of those who've been killed could be higher. We do not know, has anyone survived this? It is difficult to survive an air crash, but 242 people were on board the flight at the moment. All right, and my colleague Siddhant Sibal is joining us over the phone line, and we also have my colleague Disha Shah joining us from Mumbai over the phone line. Siddhant, let me in fact start with you first. This is a tragedy that will take a long time to come to grips with. This was a flight that was bound for London. Give us a sense of what's happening at this moment. And we also heard that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is also being kept updated of what is happening.
Well, this is a tragic incident. Now we know that, in fact, a short while ago, the matter was also raised in the British Parliament, where the British Foreign Secretary has confirmed that there were British nationals on board. Now, essentially, we know that the focus remains on the relief and rescue operations. We also know that the British team is expected to issue a statement as well in the aftermath of this tragic incident. Missions of Canada, Portugal and UK are all monitoring the situation as of now.
Absolutely indeed, Siddhant. Do continue to stay on with us. Disha, if I can bring you in, you've been tracking the developments that are happening from Mumbai. Give us a sense of what's the latest, because this plane is said to have crashed on a doctor's hostel, and we do not know how many people were inside of that building when the plane came down atop it.
Well, absolutely. As we speak, the rescue and the relief operations are still underway, and the rescue teams, including the fire brigade department, the CISF, all the teams are present on the spot, the local administration, police authorities. They are, right now their main motto is to really clear out the debris, because the damage that has been done on the ground level is not only within like few meters, but it is like a lot more. And to clear that debris, it is a big challenge for them. According to the police, they have cleared about 70-80%, and the injured have been rushed to the nearest civil hospital. But again, we do not have an official confirmation on the number of the injured people, whether there are casualties, and if yes, how many casualties. All of these are the information that we are awaiting as we speak. But on the ground level, we can see more than 25 to 30 rescue teams on the site. And where the plane crashed, some bit of the plane also crashed on the doctor's hostel, is what we are being told. And it was about lunchtime, because the incident took place at 1:45 p.m. 1:38 p.m. the plane took off. So a lot of students were having lunch, because where the plane crashed, it crashed right at the canteen area on top of it, where most of the students were having lunch, is what we understand. So from hostel authorities also, we are really getting to know about the damage, about whether there are injured students who are getting the treatment at the nearest hospital. So all of this is the information that we are receiving as we speak. As of now, as far as the on-ground situation is concerned, the Ahmedabad Airport Authority has shut down its flight operations. All the roads leading to the Ahmedabad Airport is closed for normal for people. Only the rescue teams and ambulances and the medical assistants and firefighters can really reach and access that road, which can really help the rescue operations faster, is what we are being told. As far as there are also, we can see the visuals on the hostel, the doctor's hostel that has been damaged, and the people are being taken from stretchers to the, the treatment facilities. We've seen those visuals, and we have also shared those visuals with our viewers. So the damage is huge. Right now, there are two teams working on the ground level. One is the technical team that is trying to assess the entire situation as to what really went wrong, how did the plane caught fire, and what was the really cause. And secondly, the ground situation where the rescue operations are underway. They are trying to remove people from under the debris.
Absolutely indeed, Disha. Do continue to stay on with us. My colleague Siddhant Sibal is, of course, still with us. Siddhant, this plane... All right, we seem to have lost my colleague Siddhant Sibal there. We'll try reconnect with him. but these are some of the images of the scene where the plane, of course, is crashed. This, remember, is a doctor's hostel. We do not know how many people were inside the hostel at the time when the plane came crashing down. Let's listen in to some of the eyewitnesses who were present at the time when the plane came crashing down.
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे और अभी क्या सिचुएशन लग रही है आपको?
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी
एक और 10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरी सारी था वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
वापस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया तो प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या हेल्प?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है।
All right, so this is that terrible video, that 17-second long video where this plane that was airborne just for a few seconds before it came crashing down. Remember, it actually reached an altitude of just about 825 feet, and the plane in question is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Now, a lot of investigation, of course, will need to be done before we can establish what actually went wrong. But remember, Boeing is a company which is one of the biggest manufacturers of airlines, and 787 Dreamliner aircraft is a plane that Boeing has been using for the last 14 years. It's been manufacturing for the last 14 years. It has delivered more than 1,000 such planes, and Boeing claims that this Dreamliner aircraft has an immaculate record, with more than 1 billion passengers having been transported in this plane. Now, this 787 Dreamliner is said to be faster than any other wide-body aviation plane in aviation's history, and it has a certain design that reduces fuel consumption by nearly 25%. And apart from this, Boeing also claims that the 787 Dreamliner has a range of 13,530 kilometers, and it is used by airlines for intercontinental flights. And an average plane has a capacity of 248 passengers who can, of course, be seated at any given point of time. So this is, of course, the profile of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which Boeing claims has an immaculate flight record. But for the people who were flying this particular flight today, this flight has ended in a tragedy. Remember, flying is considered the safest mode of transportation, but it is difficult. It's going to be difficult to convince the people who have to board their flights now and tell them as to what in fact has happened, because we do not know as to what in fact has happened. 169 Indian nationals were on board this flight, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese nationals, and 1 Canadian national was also on board this flight. Now, Boeing 787 first entered service back in 2009. It was the world's first airliner that was made mostly from lightweight composite materials. It was also the first to make extensive use of lithium-ion batteries, which are said to be lighter, recharge faster, and can hold more energy than any other type of batteries. In 2013, there were issues with this plane where the 787 fleet was grounded. About 50 jets were present at that time because of the overheating of the lithium-ion batteries, which in some cases had resulted in fires. Now, the Indian Prime Minister has said that this crash is heartbreaking beyond words. In a social media post, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that he's stunned and saddened beyond words. This is the statement that he has put out: in the sad hour, my thoughts are with everyone who is affected by this tragedy. Now, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that the crash is devastating, and he is, of course, getting reports minute by minute, because there were 53 British nationals who were on board this particular flight at the time that it came crashing down. And also there are reports that are coming in that the shares of Boeing have tumbled in pre-market trading, where Boeing, in a very brief statement, has said, we are aware of the initial reports and we are working to gather more information. Now, the crash, of course, comes just days before the opening of the Paris Air Show, which is a major aviation expo, where Boeing and European rival Airbus will showcase their aircraft and will battle it out for jet orders from airline consumers. Now, remember, Boeing has been in a lot of trouble for the safety record, especially it's in a bit of a recovery mode for more than 6 years after the Lion Air Flight 610, which was a 737 MAX, had plunged into the Java Sea off the coast of Indonesia just minutes after taking off from Jakarta, resulting in the deaths of all 189 people on board. This was a tragedy that had happened about 6 years ago, where a Boeing 737 MAX plane had come crashing down. And this particular flight that we are talking about, the 787 Dreamliner, is said to be immaculate in terms of its flying record. And it is described by Boeing as the best-selling passenger wide-bodied plane of all time, which has transported more than 1 billion passengers since it came into service in 2009. And my colleague Disha Shah, of course, is tracking the developments very closely from Mumbai. Disha, at this moment, because of the nature of the developing story, the details in terms of how many people may have ended up losing their lives are not officially out. Give us a sense of what's happening on the ground at this moment.
Well, that is right. Right now, the rescue operations are underway. It's been 2 hours since the incident has taken place, and what we understand, there are 4 teams of the NDRF, 2 teams of the SDRF, also 40 teams of the fire brigade, and all the other emergency teams are also there at the site. They are trying to finish the rescue operations as soon as possible. As per the police, 70 to 80% of the debris have been cleared, and more 30% of the work is underway right now. But again, despite clearing 70 to 80% of the area, we still have no information about how many people have been injured or whether there have been any casualties, and if yes, how many. All of this information is yet to be ascertained from the concerned authorities. But right now, as we can see, the visuals, the real-time visuals are that people are being rushed to the nearest civil hospital. Also, we are being told that the more and more ambulances are rushing at the incident site. All the roads leading to the Ahmedabad airport as well as the accident site have been closed for people. Only the rescue teams and some other, related to the incident staff can only enter. Where apart from the airport, within few meters where the plane crashed, there was also one part of it where it crashed on top of a doctor's hostel. And that particular section was the canteen area where many students, young doctors, were having lunch, is what we understand, because it was the lunch time, and we still do not have any information on that aspect as well, that how many students have been injured from the hostel area as well. But as we speak, few of them have survived with minor injuries and are getting treatment at their very own hospital, and the nearest hospital is what we are being told. But right now, the rescue operation is underway. The passenger list was also out a while ago, where it was confirmed that there were about 242 people on board. Right now, of course, the emergency services are working to ensure that the rescue operations undergo very smoothly.
Absolutely indeed, Disha. Do continue to stay on with us. My colleague Dharamjot Kaur is, of course, joining us from the newsroom with more details. Dharamjot, over to you. Tell us more in terms of what is happening at this moment with respect to the rescue efforts that are currently underway near the site of the crash.
Well, Saleh, it does look like a grim sight, to be honest. The way the plane came crashing down within the minutes after takeoff. We saw a lot of teams coming on board within a matter of minutes. The NDRF personnel came on board. The Indian Army then eventually came on board. So a lot of, it's an all hands on deck situation right now. As my colleague Disha also rightly pointed out, 70 to 80% of the debris has been cleared out. But there are two different scenarios that we're looking at here, Saleh. Number one is of the passengers on board the flight. 242 in all, including the pilots and crew members. How many of them have suffered casualties? Is there a death toll that we're talking about? There is no official information on the count so far, but there is fear that there are going to be serious casualties in this case. As we can see from the visuals, they appear to be very, very grim. So that's the first situation. Number two, the area where the plane crashed, Saleh, it crashed into a doctor's residence, a hostel where doctors were staying. We heard some locals on the ground from the area talking about how some flats of the doctors have been damaged. The canteen, the mess where the doctors eat, that has been severely damaged. So it needs to be ascertained if again there is a death toll that we're looking at even on that front. Now, as Disha pointed out, the area has been cleared out with respect to people who were there around, but still a lot of information is still coming in. There is fear that a lot of people have been injured grievously in this. The leave for the medical staff has been cancelled at Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, Saleh. So that is what we know so far with respect to the medical team that's dealing with the situation on the ground, Saleh.
Absolutely, indeed. Dharamjot Kaur, do continue to stay on to this. So these are these tragic images that will not be forgotten in a long, long time to come. This will go down as the worst aviation disaster in India's history. We do not know as to what the death toll is, but bear in mind there were 242 people on board this flight. Has anyone survived? We don't know that information. According to reports, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was also on board this flight. We need to see as to who has managed to survive. And this plane did not crash in an open area. It has crashed in a residential area. This is the place where it has crashed, on top of a doctor's hostel. We do not know how many people were inside the hostel at the time that this plane came crashing down on top of that hostel. Are there casualties amongst people who were inside the hostel at the time? The last time you can go back to where an aviation tragedy of this scale happened was way back to the 22nd of May in 2010, when the Dubai-Mangaluru flight, when it was coming down to land in Mangaluru, had crashed in the state of Karnataka, in the city of Mangaluru, where 158 people who were on board died in that one incident. This could be even bigger than that. 242 people. There were a number of British nationals as well who were on board the flight at the time. And this is said to be one of the safest planes that Boeing manufactures. This is what Boeing calls the Dreamliner. And it is a wide-bodied airline which Boeing claims has an immaculate flying record. And more than 1,000 of this variety of planes are said to be in use by different airlines around the world. And if you were to go by Boeing, this is a plane that has transported more than 1 billion passengers in the span of the last 16, 17 years that it has been in service. This long-haul aircraft has a range of about 13,530 kilometers. It is widely used by airlines, predominantly for intercontinental flights. This is not a domestic flight that we're talking about. This is a plane, a long-haul flight, which is predominantly used by airlines for intercontinental flights. And it has a seating capacity of 248 passengers. And at this moment, this is what the scene is like in Ahmedabad, a massive cloud of black smoke coming out from the place where the plane, of course, crashed. These are images from some time back. The plane is said to have crashed roughly at about 1:38 p.m. local time, and we do not know as to what resulted in the plane to crash down in this manner. But remember, this is an extremely hard moment, especially for the family members of whose kin were on board this flight. It also raises a number of questions about the safety of flying, especially at a time when safety is considered the safest mode of transportation. But tell that to the passengers who have to board their next flight to fly abroad, because looking at these scenes, it is difficult to imagine as to what would, of course, go through the minds of the people who, of course, have to board their next flights. But at this moment, a lot more information needs to come. What happened? Was there an engine failure? Was there a bird hit which resulted in the plane not picking up enough speed, which resulted in the plane not gaining enough altitude, which resulted in the plane coming crashing down? We don't know. There was a mayday call that was given by the pilots, and after that there was silence, and what everyone witnessed was a huge crash as the plane came crashing down atop a doctor's hostel. These are the tragic scenes that we're looking at from Ahmedabad, where bodies are being pulled out from the rubble, and this is the debris of the plane that has crashed. We'll slip into a short break. More updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned to WION.
Ready to dive into your daily dose of news?
Bringing you what's trending in the West and all that's setting trends in the East.
And all of this served up with a side of insightful banter.
We don't just bring you the latest stories.
We bring you your talking points for the day.
And while you do that, from the busy streets of New York, I will provide you with deeper insights on the developments through the course of the day in the U.S.
The show that keeps you ahead of the global curve. A conversation you'd want to be a part of.
A place where news becomes an engaging exchange.
We bring you stories that impact your present.
This is World DNA.
Join the conversation.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
And welcome back. Thanks very much for staying on with us. This is our continuing comprehensive coverage of the Air India flight that unfortunately crashed just minutes after takeoff. We are getting you the latest coming in at this point. I'm Molly Gambhir. First, a quick look at the headlines. Air India flight with 242 passengers and crew on board crashes minutes after takeoff from Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport. The flight was headed to London. The plane crashed into a doctor's hostel. Rescue and medical teams are at the site carrying out emergency operations. 3 National Disaster Response Force teams comprising 90 personnel have moved in from Gandhinagar and Vadodara. An emergency centre has been activated and support teams have been set up for families seeking information.
Home Minister Amit Shah to leave for Ahmedabad at 4 p.m. Prime Minister Modi directs high alert among all relevant agencies. Civil Aviation Minister in close contact with senior officials from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. Air India expresses condolences to families of passengers, assures it is doing everything possible to support them. Passenger list released by Air India says there were 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals on board the ill-fated aircraft. That's besides 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian citizen. UK Prime Minister expresses concern, says he is being updated, says his country is working with the local authorities in India to urgently establish the facts and provide support. Buckingham Palace says the king is being kept updated. A London-bound Air India plane with 242 passengers on board crashed minutes after it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Airport in Ahmedabad. In fact, smoke was seen billowing from the site of the plane crash. A hostel for doctors, fire services and other agencies are currently at the spot. Rescue operations are underway in full swing. As per the latest, teams of NDRF have been moved in from Gandhinagar and Vadodara. And the Gujarat Chief Minister has taken stock of the situation and announced a green corridor to take the injured to the hospital. The London-bound aircraft was carrying 242 people, which includes 230 passengers, 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members. 169 Indians, 53 British, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian national were on board. The Ahmedabad authorities have shut down flight operations till further notice. A helpline number has been issued for assistance to the family members awaiting the news and developments from the findings. An operational control room, meanwhile, has been activated at the Ministry of Civil Aviation to coordinate all the details. Senior police officers from Gujarat Police briefed the media about the incident and the ongoing rescue efforts.
एयर इंडिया की जो लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट थी वो टेक ऑफ के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रिलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियाँ, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे।
Prime Minister Modi spoke to the Home Minister Amit Shah and the Civil Aviation Minister as well. The Prime Minister has asked them to go to Ahmedabad and ensure all possible assistance is extended to those affected in the wake of the air mishap. The Union Home Minister is currently en route to Ahmedabad as per the latest that we are gathering. Meanwhile, the UK has also issued a helpline number for further assistance. UK Foreign Minister took to Twitter and said that the UK is working with the local authorities in India to urgently establish the facts and provide support. The UK Prime Minister has said he is in close touch with the authorities on the developments, and King Charles is also being briefed on a regular basis. And as we piece together the developments for you, let's just also take a listen in to these reactions coming in from the crash victims' families.
भावना बहन, आपके कौन आ रहे थे और कौन सी फ्लाइट में आ रहे थे और अभी क्या सिचुएशन लग रही है आपको?
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरी साड़ी था, वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
वापस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस यहाँ सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या हेल्प?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है।
That ill-fated aircraft was bound for London and unfortunately crashed just minutes after takeoff. And as we monitor the latest coming in at this point, we also understand that the flight operations have resumed. So at this point, that is the latest update coming in from the airport there. Remember, this is a tragedy that has stunned the country and invited reactions from across the board. Let's also get in a further update coming in from our correspondent Disha, who is with us with the latest. Over to you, Disha. We understand flight operations have resumed. What more can you tell us?
Well, that is right. For nearly about 3 hours, we saw that the flight operations were discontinued at the Ahmedabad airport. The Ahmedabad airport was completely shut for this nearly 3-hour period. But now what we are being told, considering the police...
Also, those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out. But you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who've lost their loved ones. On Canada, we had a question from Shivam and also from you, so I will combine both these issues. As you are aware, our Prime Minister had received a call from the Canadian Prime Minister last week. During the call, Prime Minister Carney had invited Prime Minister to attend the G7, and as you are aware, the invitation has been accepted.
All right, we will continue to get in the latest coming in at this point from what the ministry is also saying. But let's go back across to our correspondent Disha, who's been tracking those developments very closely. Please go ahead, Disha.
Yes, so we have received an official update also from the airport authority saying that the Ahmedabad airport is now operational but with limited flights. In fact, the passengers are now advised to check with their respective airlines for the latest updates before proceeding to the airport. And further updates also will be provided as soon as available. This call has now been taken because, remember, as per police, 70 to 80% of the debris they have cleared from the accident site. So now making it operational for few of the limited flights to work. So now the airport is functional. But as far as the roads leading to the accident site and certain part of the airport section still continues to be closed for the people. So that, of course, clarity is yet to come in. That's from when that will be operational. But on the ground level, this is the information that we are receiving at the moment, that the flights the airport is now operational with limited number of flights.
All right, Disha, if you can also just help our viewers understand how far exactly, distance-wise, is the crash site from the airport? We understand that the plane crashed just minutes after takeoff. If you can, geographically speaking, tell our viewers more about the area exactly where the plane crash occurred. Of course, that was a doctor's hostel, as we understand.
Yes, absolutely. Apart from the residential area and smaller houses where the plane crashed, one of the another site was also the doctor's hostel, where a certain portion of the plane had crashed on top of the hostel. In fact, what we understand that there were at least 50 to 60 intern doctors inside the hostel when the plane crashed into 4 of those buildings, and all were housing resident doctors. The condition of those doctors are yet to be known, because where the plane crashed was the canteen area, and these 50 to 60 intern doctors were having lunch at that point in time. So we do not know the condition, because that information we are yet to receive from the authorities. But overall, what we are being told that the rescue operations are still underway. However, the major information which is yet to be clarified and yet to be officially announced is one, the civil hospital. There are casualties and what is the cause of the accident. So all of this, there are different teams. One is the technical team assessing the cause of the incident, and second is the rescue operation team, which is trying to really complete the rescue work.
Right, Disha, stay with us. We'll just come back to you for further updates as well. In fact, we just did take a listen in briefly to what the Ministry of External Affairs press conference was also revealing about what we know so far. Let's also go across to our correspondent Dharamjot Kaur, who's been tracking those developments. Dharamjot, we did listen in to what the spokesperson had to say about the accident. What more can you share with us at this point? Well, Molly, I think we can treat it as the first official confirmation coming of the fact that passengers have died on board the Air India London-bound flight. The MEA spokesperson during the briefing ongoing has said, and I quote, "This is a tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people and several foreigners. Condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones." So this clearly is one of the first official reactions coming in from the government, Molly, where it has been ascertained that clearly, yes, there is a loss of life. Passengers have tragically died in this air crash, although there is no confirmation on the death count. So we do not know how many people have lost their lives yet. What we knew earlier was that many injured had been rushed to the hospital and they are being taken care of by the medical personnel. What we also know is that the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has visited the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, which also means that there are, yes, clearly survivors from this tragic accident as well. We don't know whether the survivors in the hospital are the passengers or they are the doctors or the locals from the building into which the aircraft has crashed. So a lot of these details are yet to be ascertained. But yes, with the MEA spokesperson making the statement that he made, this definitely is the first official confirmation of the fact that people have unfortunately lost their lives in this air crash, Molly. Right, stay with us, Dharamjot, as we piece together the latest that's trickling in at this point on that unfortunate air crash. Let's also get in further perspectives from our esteemed guest joining us on the broadcast this minute, Captain Ehsan Khalid, who is an aviation expert and can tell us more about procedurally speaking, sir, if you can just outline for our viewers, what really happens in the moments when that Mayday call is issued, because we understand that the Mayday call was issued to the ATC, after which there was radio silence. Okay, first of all, my condolence to all those families and the people who have lost their life. Tragic accident, and anything to speculate will be unjust act on part of us as professionals. But since you asked a very valid question, what happens that causes a Mayday first? Mayday means the pilot declares that there is danger to life on board or the aircraft. That means there is a catastrophic failure. There is a condition that makes the aircraft really into danger zone. So that means pilot had correctly identified that an incident has occurred that now reduces the safety margin of the aircraft. The second thing is that what happens in the cockpit, let's say that, there is an engine failure. Then the normal thing is that, positive rate, that means the aircraft is climbing gear up. So the first action in case of an engine failure is to select the gear up. And that happens in first maybe 50 to 100 feet. And thereafter, the pilot in command or the person who is handling the control, will continue to fly the aircraft to something like 400 feet, at which he will now take the aircraft into a different configuration. Configuration means change the flap of the aircraft, 400 feet or above.
In this case, the mayday has come. That means there is a loss of power. There is, or whatever condition that has existed inside the aircraft that pilots noticed. But it continued to fly with the landing gear down, and thereafter it continued to pitch up towards controlling of the aircraft, and then it goes to hit the ground in almost wings level condition. Looks very unlikely that there was just a power failure on single engine. If it was a single engine, then the aircraft would also be rolling. There would be a lot of yawing movement that you would have seen. That wasn't there. And in case of a single engine, the pilot's action is to ask for both landing gear up as the first thing. So the possibility, could there have been both engine failed? If that so, technically 787 is a very qualified, very proven aircraft, and it is quite unlikely to even think about it as to how both engines can fail simultaneously. The only incident that I know is of the Airbus 320 Hudson River landing, where both the engines failed, and at that point of time, it was birds. Birds ingested in both the engines. Ahmedabad does have a lot of bird activity in and around the airport, and at the time that they were taking off, bird activity is considered to be on the higher side, higher temperatures. So birds, if birds were there, but I have never ever even heard of such a big bird strike in which both the engines of a 787 aircraft can go simultaneously. So very difficult to state as to what really happened out there. One thing we know, that the pilot knew that things were not right. Was that a combination of errors also? That one thing is not, let's say there was a technical or a bird hit, and then there was an action that was not right in the flow pattern, and did that contribute? It will be a speculation. But from the visuals that I see, aircraft is in perfect wings level condition, but nose is higher. And with that nose high, the aircraft isn't climbing, it is descending. That means there is a loss of speed and there is loss of power. Loss of speed is a relative term in aircraft, because you have flaps which actually, when you sit on the window seat, you will see flaps that bend down from the wing of the aircraft, and that enhances the lift. That gives the power to continue to climb with the aircraft when they are at lower speeds. So, loss of power coupled with loss of configuration of the aircraft, will that happen automatically? I don't think so. Okay. So, very difficult. I close my eyes, I start to think about it, that fine, there is an engine failure, pilot says positive rate, gear up. Okay. And the gear is not up. That is, did it not go up? I don't know. Okay, did they select up? I don't know. Nobody has told that, while descending, they have put the gear down. I don't see a video of the gear coming down. For sure, the aircraft from takeoff to the impact point, the landing gear has been down. Okay, which will be part of subject to investigation, subject of DVR, FDR, CVR, and ACARS report. So all these reports will come in. Those reports, black box has to be taken out. It has to be then downloaded, then analyzed. So it will be quite some time before you can get anything conclusive as to what happened.
Yes.
But seemingly it is something in which the pilot was trying to control the flight path of the aircraft, and the aircraft was not going on the flight path that was designed. This is conclusive. Why the aircraft was not going on the flight path? Could be because of loss of power, could be because of loss of configuration. When I say loss of configuration, that means aircraft does not have the flaps for that particular speed. Loss of speed has happened, or the configuration is lower. So, so many variables cannot say really what happened. Could there have been better actions to be done? You will see that aviation community evolves with time, and then they find that okay, this is a problem, and we now need a different kind of a procedure. So they will do the different kind of procedure to counteract this problem.
Right.
I'm at loss to say, but sure enough, the pilots were trying to control the aircraft. Was that post malfunction? Was there some action missed up? It is a possibility because, in the experience of the co-pilot was also nice. It is 1100 hours, which is high, 8,000 hours, which is very high. Okay, line training captain Sabrawal, good guy. We know that, he has been trained well. He has been executing all his flights very nicely. Okay, Kundar is 1,000 hours plus. Don't really know how to what to say, except the fact that weather was not contributory. Bird activity could be there, but this would be the first in the history of any big jet wide body that both the engines have been taken out by the bird. Okay, then comes in that was there a pilot error? Look, I don't like to use this word being a pilot because pilot is the last person. It's like a goalkeeper. No goal happens unless the goalkeeper misses it. Okay, so they tried to do their best, and under the circumstances that we would come to know, it is too premature to speculate.
Yes.
But definitely, the aircraft was not able to for your viewers, not being able to maintain the flight path. There is just one criteria, and the speed is low.
Right, and as you're also constantly sharing and saying that we absolutely do not want to delve into any speculation, and that's what we've been doing as well, only relying on the official bits and the official information that's been trickling in. But very interesting points that you made there. I also want to understand from you, and for the benefit of our viewers, just briefly tell us more about what immediately happens after such an incident, the investigation. What are the steps that are taken?
Okay, first of all, search and rescue team is in operation. The focus is to save the people and save the aircraft if it was a possibility. So that has been activated at the highest level. Then the flight safety team will fly in over there. They will recover the black box, which will have the DFDR or the flight data recorder and the CVR, cockpit voice recorder. It will be taken over by the Flight Safety Directorate of the DGCA, and then it will be taken to the laboratory. It will be downloaded. Then experts will analyze it. Then an official document of the aircraft performance will be made. And then the investigation will begin, whether it was technical, whether it was bird hit, whether it was combination of these and contributory factors of maybe pilot's action not being right at that particular moment. So this is how it goes, and it takes time. It will probably be 6 months from now that we will know what is happening.
Right, and as you also mentioned right in the beginning, if you can also just explain to us the fact that it was a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner and what has been seen in the past and your assessment of what we do know about the aircraft model.
There is no question about the proven technological performance of Dreamliner Boeing 787. Let's not dwell into that. Okay, there is zero confidence loss in the machine. It has flown millions of hours across the world at varied temperatures. So I will not even speak that that was the problem. I'm very clear about it, that if it was Boeing 737 MAX, a new platform being tested and finding out, we had a lot of issues. But in this one, there is in this one I don't see this loss of power of both the engines. Is not a recorded event in this aircraft ever.
All right, we're leaving it there for the moment. Thanks very much for being here and sharing your perspectives. Thanks very much.
બધું ફૂટેજ છે કંઈક મોટી મોટી કોઈક કંપની કેવું કે ખરીદી લાગે છે ખૂબ મોટા પાયે.
And as you were listening in, there are, of course, a lot of questions that arise at this point. As we've been maintaining, there is absolutely something that we are very clear about, that we're only relying on the official bits of information that have been coming in at this point. As we've been telling our viewers as well about the latest that's coming in from on the ground, as well as the inputs that have been coming in from elsewhere about the reactions to this unfortunate incident. 70 to 80% debris has been removed from the crash site as per the officials, and we do know that the plane gave out a mayday call to the ATC. Let's go back across now to our correspondent Disha Shah, who's been tracking those developments. Disha, what more can you share with us at this point? Disha, if my voice is going through to you, what more can you share with us? All right, we'll just try and reconnect that line with our correspondent who has been tracking those developments very closely. The Air India plane crash that has taken place, we've been getting you the latest coming in from different quarters as far as the reactions are concerned as well. Remember, this plane crashed just minutes after taking off, and we do understand that the technical team is probing the cause of the crash, and we are awaiting further inputs on that front. But as we keep a close eye on the reactions coming in, this of course is an incident that has been closely monitored at different levels of the authority and the government as well. The plane, we do know, gave a mayday call to the ATC, and we are awaiting further inputs on what exactly happened. As of now, we are only relying on the official bits of information that are coming in and absolutely not getting into speculation. Let's go back across now to our correspondent Disha Shah. Disha, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So the latest what we are hearing on this fact that the rescue operations are still, and more than 40 to 50 personnel from different rescue teams are on the ground level. There are more than 45 rescue teams and as we speak, the rescue teams are also, more rescue teams are coming forward to ensure that remaining 30% of the debris is also clear from the accident site. Right now, 70 to 80% of the debris have been cleared according to the police personnel. Two incident sites, of course, have to be looked at. Firstly, where the plane crashed within few meters from the Ahmedabad airport, and the second location, the doctor's hostel. So at both these locations, the rescue teams are doing the rescue work on war footing. On the other hand, what we are being told that the flight operations at the Ahmedabad International Airport has resumed, but with limited number of flights. So passengers, of course, have been asked to check with the flights. As far as the hospital is concerned, because remember, we still do not know the number of injured people or the number of casualties in this entire incident. But as we speak, we are looking at the visuals of even the relatives rushing to the nearest civil hospital where the victims have been admitted. And they are also giving out statements as to how their loved ones were going to London, and the relatives also called them from the flight saying that they are off to London, and the parents were also on the flight. So they still do not know the condition of their own family members who were on board. So, disturbing, of course, visuals also coming in of these relatives who are really panicking, who are upset, who really do not know what has really happened. In fact, one of the neighbor of the flight passenger is seen hospital and clearly saying that my neighbor's daughter was on the flight and we do not have any update on. We are not being allowed to go inside. So, these are sort of, updates that we are getting in, even the relatives are not being told as to what is really happening with their family members. So we do not have clarity again on certain number of things. Firstly, it's been 3 hours to the incident. We do not know how many people have been injured so far, whether there are any casualties or not. Secondly, the cause of the incident. So all of this is being looked at by 2 to 3 different teams on the ground level.
Right, Disha, thanks for getting us the latest on this. The latest coming in is that the Ahmedabad airport is now available for flight operations, but with limited service. The passengers have been advised to check with their airlines before boarding the flight. Apart from that, global condemnations have also been pouring in on the fatal Air India crash, with the UK Prime Minister and the Ukrainian President also condemning the crash. And we will continue to get you the latest on this. But first, let's now take a look at the headlines at this moment. Air India flight A171 with 242 passengers and crew on board crashes minutes after takeoff from the Ahmedabad's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport. The flight was headed to London.
इधर आ जाओ इधर
Flight operations resume at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad, outside which the plane crashed. Reports say 80% of the debris has been cleared. Operations will remain limited for now. India's Minister of External Affairs spokesperson extends condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones, but maintains that the situation is evolving and information is awaited. Rescue and medical teams are at the site carrying out emergency operations. 400 Industrial Security Force personnel and multiple National Disaster Response Force teams are carrying out the operations. Emergency center activated, support teams set up for families. Passenger list released by Air India says there were 169 Indian nationals and 53 British nationals on board the ill-fated plane. That's besides 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian citizen.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India.
Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy says the government is working urgently with local authorities to support those affected. British crisis teams set up in London and New Delhi. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says his government is keeping a close eye on the developments. Boeing stocks crash 8% in pre-market trading after Ahmedabad crash. 787 Dreamliner back in the spotlight as technical flaws and mounting safety concerns re-emerge. A London-bound Air India plane with 242 passengers on board crashed minutes after it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Airport in Ahmedabad. Smoke was seen billowing from the site of the plane crash. A hostel for doctors, fire services and other agencies are currently at the spot. Rescue operations are underway in full swing. Teams of NDRF have been moved in from Gandhinagar and Vadodara. Gujarat Chief Minister has taken stock of the situation and announced a green corridor to take the injured to the hospital. The London-bound airport was carrying, the London-bound airplane was carrying 242 people, which includes 230 passengers, 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members. 169 Indians, 53 British, 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian national were on board the plane. The Ahmedabad authorities have shut down flight operations, but the latest that's coming in at this point of time is that Ahmedabad airport is now available for flight operations, however with limited service. A helpline number has been issued for assistance to family members who are waiting news and development from the findings. An operational control room has also been activated at the Ministry of Civil Aviation to coordinate all details. Senior police officer from Gujarat Police briefed the media about the incident and the ongoing rescue efforts.
एयर इंडिया की जो लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट थी वो टेक ऑफ के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रीलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियाँ, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे।
Prime Minister Modi spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. Prime Minister has asked them to go to Ahmedabad and ensure all possible assistance is extended to those affected in the wake of this air mishap. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is currently en route Ahmedabad. He took off at 4 p.m. IST, which is just a short while ago. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom has also issued a helpline number for further assistance for its citizen. UK Foreign Minister David Lammy took to Twitter and said that UK is working with local officials in India to urgently establish the facts and provide support. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said he is in close touch with authorities on developments. King Charles is also being briefed on a regular basis. And taking stock of the current situation, Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy has said that the British government is working urgently with local authorities to support those affected by the incident.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India this morning. We know that British nationals were on board, and Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the FCDO is working urgently with local authorities to support British nationals and their families, and has stood up a crisis team in both Delhi and in London.
Well, earlier on the show, we spoke to Captain Amit Singh, who is an aviation expert, former head airline flight operations and safety founder, Safety Matters Foundation. This is what he had to say on the fatal Air India crash.
The images that we see, the aircraft nose going high, which means the aircraft piloted by the captain is desperately trying to keep the aircraft airborne, while there is something which is putting the aircraft down, which means the wings are not generating enough lift. You can see the flaps, which are supposed to be extended, are not extended. It's difficult to make out, but only the investigation or the initial investigation can tell us the number of reasons where in the past errors have been made and accidents have happened. If we start from the ground, the aircraft loading, was the aircraft loaded correctly? Was there a loading issue? Aircraft loaded more than the required or what the pilot was aware of? Did the pilot enter the weight correctly in the flight management system? Were the speeds accurate? There is always tolerance in the system. So even if there is a slight error, the system will absorb those errors. But this is a gross error which has happened somewhere. And it could be a combination of errors which usually lead to an accident.
And just a short while ago, MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal briefed about the tragic incident. Let's listen in to what he said.
What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out.
And for more on this, on the phone line, we have with us our correspondent, Siddhant Sibal. Siddhant, just a short while ago, the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs said condolences. He rather expressed his condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones. So this is perhaps the first confirmation which has come in officially, but he has also asserted that it is an evolving situation.
Well, this is an evolving situation. The Ministry of External Affairs, of course, has commented and said that there are several foreign nationals as well. We know that the British authorities have confirmed that they are British nationals. Over 50 British nationals were present. Essentially, we know that currently the focus is on the rescue and relief operation, especially the rescue operation on the ground. Remember, this plane has crashed in a residential area. Also, we know that global condolences have been pouring in. The Russian President Vladimir Putin extended condolences. The British Prime Minister, given that there were British nationals on board, has also termed it as a tragic incident. We do expect a statement from the Buckingham Palace as well. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reacted. The Indian authorities are, of course, working in every way possible to make sure that the rescue operation is working full throttle. But essentially, this is a tragedy of national scale. This is something that has deeply shocked not only India but rest of the world.
Right, Siddhant, while we do know that the Home Minister is en route to Ahmedabad, and I believe he left at 4 p.m. IST, but I want to talk to you more about the global condemnation that is also, the condolences that is also pouring in, with UK's Foreign Minister David Lammy saying that the government is now working urgently with the local authorities to support those affected. This, of course, after the UK Prime Minister also shared his deepest condolences. Of course, this comes after there were 53 British nationals on board the flight that crashed.
Well, yes, global condolences have been pouring in, and essentially the focus of the international community is to stand in solidarity with India amidst this national tragedy. We are getting more details, and these details are preparing essentially for the worst. We also know that the Indian Army has extended support to the civilian administration after the flight crash in Ahmedabad. The Indian Army, a team consisting of over 130 personnel, have been deployed to assist civilian administration in the HARD efforts following the crash. The Indian Army's response includes engineering teams with the JCBs for debris clearance, medical teams comprising of doctors and paramedics, and quick action teams. Also, the military hospitals have been put on standby. So, all in all, the Indian Army, the military, playing an important role amidst this devastating incident, the accident that has taken place earlier today.
While the focus, of course, the focal point right now is on the rescue operation, which is currently underway. While there's no clarity on the number of casualties or the people who have been injured, they have now been taken to the hospital there in Ahmedabad. Apart from the Indian Army, 400 CISF personnel who were deployed at the Ahmedabad airport are now also pressed into rescue ops. So, Siddhant, at this point of time, give us a broader view of how it is an all-hands-on-deck kind of a situation from the state and the central administration to the army and the CISF personnel. They all are now trying to save the lives on board the Air India flight that crashed.
Well, yes, it is all hands on the deck, whether it's the Indian military, the civilian administration, the political leadership, trying the level best to make sure that there are survivors, but this is something that is not only tragic but shocking, as the Indian Prime Minister has a short while ago tweeted as well. But relief and rescue operation aside, the focus is also to reach out to the family members of the victims on the plane and also on the ground as well. We know that focus has been also on being in touch with the foreign authorities. We know that the British mission, the Canadian mission, and the Portuguese mission are monitoring the developments right now in terms of what is happening, what is transpiring, and other missions, of course, have extended condolences. But this is what has happened. The crash happened just 5 minutes after it took off, roughly around 1:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and it's been just few hours that the incident has happened. But this is one of the worst plane crash in Indian history, Indian civil aviation history. And this is something that will not only shock, that has in fact shocked the country, but also will be thoroughly investigated by the authorities.
That, of course, the focus, you did mention it's one of the worst aviation disasters after a lot of years. There's also a lot of focus on how 787, the Boeing Dreamliner aircraft which crashed, which is supposed to be time tested, how such a fatal accident happened on that airliner.
Well, essentially, this is the first such major fatal accident involving the Dreamliner. So there will be questions asked, there will be pressure on Boeing as well. We're waiting for any kind of major information from Boeing. There is only a one-line statement which has come from Boeing so far. But for the civil aviation industry as well, there will be, of course, lessons and, of course, the losses which will be counted, because civil aviation is something that is part and parcel of global travel. And this tragic incident, of course, is something that shocks the entire system.
Right, Siddhant, what will be the future course of action moving forward at this point of time? We do know that rescue operations are underway, but tell us more.
Well, two things. First, of course, relief and rescue operation that is continuing. We have seen the visuals. The second, of course, is investigation. There are growing calls of investigation, and this is part of the protocol as well. So there will be an investigation regarding this accident. It looks like over 100 people have died. This is something that has been reported. This is surely a national tragedy, and this is something that raises questions, but also calls for investigation as to why the accident happened.
These are the live visuals of Union Home Minister Amit Shah departing for Ahmedabad. This is, of course, after he was briefed to leave for Ahmedabad after Prime Minister Modi took stock of the situation. These are live visuals of the Union Home Minister who is departing for Ahmedabad after the fatal crash of the Air India flight with 242 passengers on board. Right, and I'm also being joined by my colleague Dharamjot Kaur here in the studio. Dharamjot, of course, right now the focus is on the rescue operation which is currently underway with the army, the CISF, the state and the central administration all deployed to rescue the passengers after the fatal crash. And of course, here we got the live visuals of the Union Home Minister also leaving for Ahmedabad.
Absolutely, Raisha. In fact, from what we know so far, what's happening on the ground in Ahmedabad, anxious family members are gathering outside the civil hospital there in Ahmedabad as they're rushing over there to get an update with respect to what is the status of their loved ones. We just heard a short while ago from the MEA spokesperson, which can be taken as the first official confirmation, in fact, Raisha, that lives have been lost in this tragic air crash. Now, people whose loved ones, whose family members were traveling in that aircraft, they are looking to find out information whether their family members are injured, whether they have tragically lost their life in this situation. Everyone is eager to know the status quo of people who were aboard the Air India flight that was bound for London. Now, as you rightly mentioned, Indian Army teams have also joined the entire operation. We heard earlier, it's been a few hours since about 70 to 80% debris was cleared by the disaster management team and other authorities on the ground. But now as the Indian Army also joins, there are a lot of personnel who have been deployed to ensure that this particular disaster relief effort and humanitarian effort is amped up further. Clearly, the pictures look very, very grim, Raisha. From what we're seeing on the screen, it does not look like a good picture at all. So much that has gone wrong with this entire tragedy. It remains to be seen what the root cause of this entire issue was. How is it that within minutes after taking off, the aircraft crashed the way it did? Clearly, no idea, no official numbers yet in terms of how many people have tragically lost their lives. But the MEA spokesperson did confirm that many passengers have in fact died in this tragedy, and that also includes foreigners, Raisha.
Right, Dharamjot. Of course, there's been no clarity on the root cause of the incident of the Air India flight bound for London, which crashed just 5 minutes after taking off earlier today in the afternoon. And there are a lot of challenges also lined up, Dharamjot, like you also mentioned, that from the pictures that we're getting. And right now, live visuals of the kith and kin of the passengers who are standing and waiting outside the hospital where their loved ones are admitted, and the whole country has come together at this point of time to take stock of the situation. And what we're also learning is that there were 50 to 60 intern doctors inside the hostel when the plane crashed. So it's a double whammy, because at one hand we do know that the 242 passengers were on board the plane that crashed, which crashed in a residential area on top of a doctor's hostel with 50 to 60 intern doctors inside that hostel. And reports suggest that the plane crash took place when they were having their lunch.
That's right, Raisha. Indeed, not just one, but two different kinds of tragic news coming in from Ahmedabad. As you rightly mentioned, the plane, that when it was crashing, it crashed right into a building which is in fact a residence for doctors. And since this happened in the afternoon, we could see from visuals that the part of the plane crashed right into the canteen or the cafeteria where doctors are sitting and having their lunch. So it still needs to be ascertained formally with respect to how many people now in that incident have been injured or have lost their lives. So this is just not one particular part of the incident that we're looking at. There are two different sides of it, and both very, very tragic. On the one hand, we're trying to ascertain from the authorities with respect to how many people aboard the Air India flight have lost their lives. And on the other hand, government and local authorities are yet to confirm how many people from the building, the hostel building and the nearby residential areas have lost their life after the plane came crashing down. So clearly this is a double tragedy that has unfolded. Not a lot is clear officially with respect to what exactly went wrong. We are hearing from experts who are talking about different theories and different reasons that they're stating out with respect to what could have possibly gone wrong. Was it a technical failure that took place? Did something else end up happening? Because we did also hear that the pilot made a mayday call before the control room lost contact with the aircraft. So a lot of open-ended questions with respect to what went wrong, but a lot is also happening on the ground that does not look good. The situation remains very grim. Although 70 to 80% of the debris has been clear, NDRF, army officials, police and local disaster management teams are all hands on deck to curtail the situation as much as they can. But damage has been done to life, to infrastructure. It just is a matter of time before we have the official numbers of people who've tragically lost their lives, including doctors and the passengers, Raisha.
Right, Dharamjot, it is indeed an all hands on deck kind of a situation. The Indian Army, comprising approximately of 130 personnel, have been deployed to assist civil administration in the ongoing humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. And like you correctly mentioned, that it's just a matter of time that we will have more clarity on the number of people who have been injured on board the Air India flight which crashed, and also the kind of damage done to the residential building where the plane crashed. Well, this is our continuous coverage, but stay with us. Lots more lineup on the other side, but now we have to slip into a very short break. You are watching WION The World this one.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
YO1 Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to YO1 Health Resort. Make your reservation at yo1.com.
We're giving an AI-generated video where we can analyze your credit history, your credit score.
It's all about now content. A lot of it is now digital. A lot of TV content is still being watched.
I think it's been a fantastic journey. We have succeeded in some of our original goals, which was to bring credit accessibility to both companies and individuals.
Key milestones of traction under your leadership.
Getting actually a personal check from Mr. Ratan Tata. We got an opportunity to get listed.
One of the biggest things that has changed in Razorpay over last 5-6 years I've been is to be a single product, single business company to a multi-product, multi-business company.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called YO1 Wellness Center. The YO1 Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Beyond World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start this broadcast by taking a quick look as to what is making headlines at this hour. The Air India flight AI-171 with 242 passengers and crew members on board crashes just minutes after taking off from Ahmedabad's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport. The flight was headed to London. The flight operations resume at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad, outside which the plane crashed. Now, reports say that 80% of the debris has been cleared and operations will remain limited for now. India's Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson extends condolences to the families who've lost their loved ones, but maintains that the situation is still evolving and information is awaited. The rescue and medical teams are at the site carrying out emergency operations. 400 Industrial Security Force personnel and multiple National Disaster Response Force teams carry out operations. Emergency centre has been activated and support teams have been set up for the families. Now, the passenger list has been released by Air India. Says that there were 169 Indian nationals and 53 British nationals on board on the ill-fated plane. That's besides the 7 Portuguese and 1 Canadian national.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India.
Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy says that the government is working urgently with local authorities to support those affected. The British crisis teams have been set up in London and New Delhi, and the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that his government is keeping a close eye on the developments. And Boeing stocks crashed by 8% in pre-market trading after the Ahmedabad crash. The 787 Dreamliner is back in the spotlight as technical flaws and mounting safety concerns re-emerge. A London-bound Air India plane with 272 passengers on board crashed just minutes after it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport in Ahmedabad. There was seen that was smoke that was billowing from the site of the plane crash, and this is what transpired. The plane took off, it went to an altitude of about 825 feet and then came crashing down. It was being reported was a residential area. It came down on top of a doctor's hostel. And this was a hostel for doctors. Fire services and other agencies are currently at the spot and rescue operations are underway in full swing. The teams of NDRF have been moved in from Gandhinagar and Vadodara. The Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has taken stock of the situation and has announced a green corridor to take the injured to the hospitals. The London-bound aircraft was carrying 242 people on board, which included 230 passengers, 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members. which included 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese nationals and 1 Canadian national. The Ahmedabad authorities had initially shut down the flight operations at the airport, but now, according to reports, operations have resumed with limited flights. A helpline number has been issued for assistance to the family members who are awaiting news and developments from the findings. An operational control room has been activated at the Ministry of Civil Aviation to coordinate all details. The senior police officers from the Gujarat police have briefed the media about the incident and the ongoing rescue efforts.
एयर इंडिया की जो लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट थी वो टेक ऑफ के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रिलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियाँ, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे।
Now, the Indian Prime Minister has spoken with Home Minister Amit Shah and the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. The Indian Prime Minister has asked them to go to Ahmedabad and to ensure all possible assistance is extended to those affected in the wake of the air mishap. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is currently en route to Ahmedabad. Let's also now listen to some of the reactions that are coming in from the anxious victims' families who gathered near the hospital and they're waiting for an update regarding their loved ones.
बहन मेरा बनेवी मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से।
नहीं वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो, मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन वो वहाँ जा रहे थे। भांजी ने फोन किया मम्मी पापा वो फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
हमारे नेबर की लड़की थी और
पता चला तो किस तरह से आपको लग रहा है कि क्या उसके देखभाल करने?
हाँ अभी पता नहीं, अंदर जाने नहीं दे रहे, तो कुछ अपडेट नहीं आ रही है, तो कैसे पता चलेगा?
Now, those are the family members of the next of kin of those who were there on board the flight. Now, according to the officials there, it does appear that there are no survivors in the aftermath of the crash. This is what is now being reported by the officials who've been carrying out the rescue and relief efforts there. Because remember, at this moment, the information as to what resulted in this crash is still sketchy. The plane is said to have taken to an altitude of 825 feet. When it came, suddenly started to lose its altitude and came crashing down. And according to the officials who are now talking to the media, it appears that everyone on board this flight may have died. This of course, is the preliminary bit of information that is coming in, which says that none on board the flight may have survived. And a reporter from our sister channel is on the ground, and this is what he has seen on the ground.
અને એવું કહેવામાં આવી રહ્યું છે કે કોઈની પણ જે લોકો આ દુર્ઘટનામાં એનો શિકાર બન્યા છે એમાંથી કોઈ એક વ્યક્તિ પણ બચ્યું હોય એની સંભાવનાઓ બહુ જ ઓછી દેખાઈ રહી છે। અહીંયા આગળ ખાસ કરીને જે એનડીઆરએફથી માંડીને અને ખાસ કરીને જે આપણા ડિઝાસ્ટર મેનેજમેન્ટના જે લોકો છે એ પણ પહોંચી ગયા છે। સમગ્ર પોલીસ મહેકમો અત્યારે અહીંયા આગળ છે। અહીંયા આગળ હું બતાવવાનો પ્રયત્ન કરીશ કે જો આરએફના જવાનો જઈ રહ્યા છે સતત 108 ની આવાજાઈ જોઈ છે। લગભગ 2 કલાકથી હું આ સ્પોટ ઉપર ઊભો છું જનક, અને મેં જ્યાં આગળ આ જે મલબો પડ્યો છે એ મલબો પણ મેં જોયો છે। સતત ત્યાંથી જે લોકો અંદર ફસાયા હતા એના શવ લગાતાર નીકળી રહ્યા છે. મેં ખુદ મારી આંખોએ 20 થી 25 શવને અંદરથી બહાર નીકળતા જોયા છે. અહીંયા જે ચશ્મદીતો છે, અહીંયા આગળ જે લોકોએ આખા હાદસાને પોતાની નજરે જોયો છે, એ લોકોનું સ્પષ્ટપણે એવું કહેવું છે કે ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક આ જે હાદસો છે એમાં 200થી વધારે લોકોના મૃત્યુ થયા હોઈ શકે છે. અને જેવી રીતે આપ જાણો છો કે આ જે એર ઇન્ડિયાની ફ્લાઇટ હતી એમાં 242 લોકો ક્રૂ મેમ્બર સાથે સવાર હતા. એ લોકો પણ બચ્યા હશે કે કેમ, એ એક સૌથી મોટો સવાલ છે જનક અહીંયા. અને ખાસ કરીને મલબો જોયો, ખાસ અહીંયા આગળ અમે જોયું છે કે કેવી રીતે જે પ્લેનના નાના નાના હિસ્સાઓ છે એ ચારે તરફ અહીંયા આગળ પથરાઈને પડ્યા છે. તમામ ડૉક્ટર્સ, તમામ પોલીસ, તમામ સુરક્ષા કર્મીઓ અત્યારે અહીંયા છે અને સતત લોકોને અંદરથી બહાર કાઢવામાં આવી રહ્યા છે. બહુ જ દારૂણ પરિસ્થિતિ, બહુ જ પેનિકફુલ પરિસ્થિતિ અત્યારે જનક અહીંયા જોવા મળી રહી છે.
And earlier on the broadcast, we spoke with Captain Amit Singh, who's an aviation expert and also a former head airline flight operations and safety and the founder of Safety Matters Foundation. Listening to what Captain Amit Singh had to say when he spoke with me a little while back.
So this is the most critical phase of the flight, the takeoff, and every pilot is trained for that. And the aircraft is completely flyable with one engine failure, which means 50% loss of thrust. But with both engines failed, because Ahmedabad, as it is, has a bird issue. There are a lot of birds around the airfield because of number of reasons, because of we have the dumping grounds, sanitation issues. So the birds are attracted around the airport. So there have been cases in the past, number of cases. And in fact, India, the bird hits have continued to rise every year. So that is a very big issue in terms of safety. Like I said, there could be issues with the takeoff performance. Past, there have been errors in computing the speeds or entering the speeds, but those errors have been absorbed by the aircraft. Aircrafts are quite sturdy in that sense. Here, there is clearly an issue of engine thrust, because if there is a wrong speed issue, the pilots they have an option to give maximum thrust. So maximum thrust caters for all eventuality. With two engines running, the aircraft performance is not an issue. With single engine, it becomes an issue, and it could be compounded with another technical failure. The images are not clear, but I would like to see the image of the wing. From what I see from far, the flaps, which are supposed to be extended at takeoff, seems to be retracted. For what caused that retraction is very, I don't know. At that low altitude, what could be the reason that flap was retracted? That is a point of concern, an area which should be looked into. But the investigation will look at right from the training of the pilots there, I think the fatigue and the numbers which they had. All those things they will look at. I hope they look at it.
And we also earlier spoke with Captain Ehsan Khalid, who is a veteran IAF pilot and an ex-airline captain, instructor and an examiner with over 40 years of experience. Listening to what he had to say.
Mayday means the pilot declares that there is danger to life on board or the aircraft. That means there is a catastrophic failure. There is a condition that makes the aircraft really into danger zone. So that means pilot had correctly identified that an incident has occurred that now reduces the safety margin of the aircraft. The second thing is that what happens in the cockpit, let's say that, there is an engine failure. Then the normal thing is that, positive rate, that means the aircraft is climbing gear up. So the first action in case of an engine failure is to select the gear up. And that happens in first maybe 50 to 100 feet. And thereafter, the pilot in command or the person who is handling the control, will continue to fly the aircraft to something like 400 feet, at which he will now take the aircraft into a different configuration. Configuration means change the flap of the aircraft. 400 feet or above. In this case, the mayday has come. That means there is a loss of power. There is, or whatever condition that has existed inside the aircraft that pilots noticed. but it continued to fly with the landing gear down, and thereafter it continued to pitch up towards controlling of the aircraft, and then it goes to hit the ground in almost wings level condition.
So about an hour ago, the MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal briefed about the tragic incident. Let's listen in to what was said.
What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones. There are, I understand, several foreigners also. Those updates you will receive from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, and others. They are putting out something, I guess, soon. That's the latest that I can share. We also, it's still an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on, so you'll have to wait a little more time for exact details to be put out.
All right, so that is what the MA had to say about this tragic incident that happened earlier this afternoon. And my colleague Dharamjot Kaur will be joining us in just a bit with more details in terms of what has happened. But according to the officials on the ground, this is what is now being said, that it's unlikely that there are any survivors. And my colleague Dharamjot Kaur, of course, is now joining us on this broadcast. Dharamjot, get us as to what the latest is about the story that is developing on the ground, because the officials now say that it's unlikely that there are any survivors.
Well, you're absolutely right, Saleh. I think the worst that we feared after this entire air crash tragedy appears is now coming true. Just a short while ago, the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner has said that there appears there are no survivors. All passengers are feared dead. He also said that we're waiting for an official count on casualties that still need to be ascertained. What he's also said to the statement is that many locals are also feared to have been killed in this entire tragedy. As we saw when this entire air crash took place, Saleh, we saw the plane went and hit into a building which is the doctor's hostel, and a lot of debris, a lot of damage to infrastructure. Clearly now that damage is also reflecting in the tragic loss of human life. All passengers, 242 of them, including cabin crew and the 2 pilots, the doctors on the ground, the locals that were standing in what appears to be a very heavily populated residential area. All those people also who were there, some of them have tragically lost their lives. However, we do not have an official total count in terms of people who have died yet, Saleh.
Indeed. And also at this moment, Dharamjot, have you heard from the authorities as to what may have resulted in this crash? Because at this moment, all of this is in the realm of speculation, because it is still a developing story.
Well, no, Saleh. Unfortunately, there is not much clarity at this point with respect to an official statement on what exactly went wrong. We are hearing from a lot of aviation experts also on our channel who've talked about the outcome, the possible reasons that this entire tragedy could have unfolded the way it did. Because we saw that soon after the takeoff, in less than 5 minutes in the visuals, you can see the plane coming down. So there is still a lot of speculation. Was it an engine failure? Were there other technical difficulties? Because from what we've been reporting, we also heard that the pilot gave a mayday call to the ATC before it all went silent. So there is no official confirmation. Investigating agencies are still looking into the plausible causes that could have caused this entire air crash, because it is the rarest of the rare occurrences that all experts are also talking about. But unfortunately, no clarity on that, only a grim situation where lives have been lost and a lot of infrastructure has been damaged, Saleh.
Absolutely indeed. Dharamjot Kaur, thank you very much for joining us with all those updates there. So it is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner that is in fact crashed. It took off from the airport roughly at about 1:39 p.m. and then immediately afterwards it ended up crashing in a huge ball of fire in Ahmedabad. What actually happened? Was there an engine failure? Was there a bird hit which resulted in the engine failure? We do not know. There is an investigation that, of course, will have to be done, which will give us more details. The black box of this plane is yet to be retrieved. Once the black box has been retrieved, we will get more information on was there panic in the cockpit, what was being spoken about inside the cockpit, and what was relayed to the air traffic control. These are details that are yet to emerge. But what is known at this moment is that the plane had 242 people on board, 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members and 230 passengers. All of them are now feared dead. There are unlikely to be any passengers, and also, according to reports that are coming in, 5 dead at a medical students' hostel in Ahmedabad is what is being reported by the local administration officials there. This is a tragic incident, arguably the biggest aviation tragedy in India's history, and more details are awaited. Remember, the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was also on board this flight that was on its way to London. And these are some of the scenes from in front of the hospital there, where the desperate family members of those who were on board the flight have gathered, hoping against hope that some of them may have survived. But according to officials, the reports that are coming in, it does appear that there are unlikely to be any survivors in the aftermath of this crash. The plane took off. It gained an altitude of 825 feet. That is what is being reported. And then it started crashing down. It came down. The plane also had its landing gear out, so it's being speculated that the pilots were trying to do everything that they possibly can to try and gain more time. But there literally was no time because the plane came crashing straight down. These are some of the images. This is the moment, that fateful moment, when the plane just kept coming down, losing its altitude, even though the pilots were reportedly yanking its nose up to try and gain more altitude. And my colleague Siddhant Simal is joining us over the phone line with more updates. Siddhant, this is an incident that is going to be talked about for years to come, arguably the worst aviation tragedy in India's history, and there were many foreign nationals on board this flight. Give us a sense of what's happening.
Well, essentially, we know that more details are now pouring in after the plane crash. Now, an agency has reported that there are no survivors. We also know that the plane had over 200 people, including British nationals, Portuguese nationals, and 1 Canadian national. It is clearly a national tragedy. The big question is investigation as to when the investigation starts, and also one of the worst civilian air crashes in India's history as well. Now, we know that authorities are trying to put everything possible to make sure that when the situation comes to the ground, there are relief and rescue operations, because remember, it fell in a residential area. So essentially, that's the big focus for the authorities.
Indeed. Siddhant, do continue to stay on with us. My colleague Dharamjot Kaur is still with us from the newsroom. Dharamjot, at this moment, this is what the scene looks like, at the medical hostel where the doctors were. Give us a sense of what in fact is happening at this moment on the ground, because now information has come through that it's unlikely that there are any survivors.
You're right, Saleh. That's the most unfortunate part of the information coming in, where the Ahmedabad Commissioner of Police has made this system where he's saying it appears that there will be no survivors in terms of the passengers who were on board the Air India aircraft that was bound for London. There also appear to be several casualties on ground with respect to local residents who were present at the site near the building where the plane crashed into. Also, a lot of doctors and students who were living inside the medical hostel into which the plane crashed. And we know this was around lunchtime. There were students and doctors in the cafeteria who were having their lunch when this entire tragedy unfolded. And the front part of the plane just crashed into the building, as we can see from the devastating visuals. So clearly, it's a very grim situation. Even though officials are saying that 70 to 80% of the debris has been cleared, A lot of logistical issues have been taken care of. Flights have partially resumed from the Ahmedabad International Airport, but the worst of the worst news is just coming in now, Saleh.
Right.
We also know that Ahmedabad has cancelled the leave of all the doctors and medical staff from the civil hospital, so clearly it's a very grim case. A lot of casualties, a lot of people injured. We still need to see what the official numbers are and what the official statement will be, because that is not out yet.
Absolutely, indeed. We are waiting for the official statement in terms of what the death toll is expected to be. Because remember, 242 people were on board the flight. We do not know as to how many people were in that hostel on top of which the plane crashed. Because this was a busy residential area of sorts where the plane has crashed. And this is what has now become of the hostel and the other adjacent buildings where the plane came crashing down. An investigation, of course, will establish as to what resulted in this tragic incident. Was there a bird hit which resulted in an engine failure? Because remember, the aviation experts are saying that even in the event of one engine failing, the other engine can keep the plane alight, and that should not have resulted in a crash of this nature. But was there a situation where both engines failed? Because that is not out of the realm of possibility. Is there a possibility that there were birds that went into both engines, resulting in both of the engines failing? Is that what happened? Was there a maintenance issue? All of these are still in the realm of speculation. An investigation, of course, will establish as to what actually transpired in those fateful moments once the plane took off. Because at the time the plane took off, one assumes that the clearances for the plane's takeoff were given after everything in the plane was checked. It was once the plane was airborne that this trouble started. Because remember, it was up only by about 825 feet. That's barely 300 meters and less. And then the plane, of course, started to descend very dramatically. The pilots reportedly were trying to yank the nose of the plane up, but the altitude could not be maintained, and then it came crashing down. This is what has unfolded this afternoon in Ahmedabad, arguably the worst aviation tragedy in India's history. And for the people who've ended up losing their lives, their family members are, of course, inconsolable. Because remember, this is the Dreamliner. This is one of the safest planes that has ever been built. This is what Boeing claims, that this is a plane that has transported over 1 billion people in the last 16, 17 years that it has been in service. And this is the tragic incident that has happened this afternoon, which has put a big question mark about aviation safety, especially in the context, because we do not know what has happened. Was it an accident, or were there other issues that resulted in this tragedy? Let's in fact listen to some of the relatives who ended up losing their next of kin, because remember, these are people who've gathered in front of hospitals hoping against hope, or at least trying to get the bodies of their kin who may not have survived in this crash.
मेरे नड़ंद है, नड़दो है, दोनों है।
वो क्या करने जा रहे थे और क्या?
वो उसकी लड़की के पास जा रहे थे।
किस तरह से आपको पता चला और क्या किस तरह?
उसकी बेटी ने मेरे को कॉल किया कि मेरी मम्मी पापा आ रहे हैं। मेरे को भी मालूम नहीं था, सरप्राइज थी ना इसलिए।
मेरा बनेवी, मेरा सिस्टर दोनों है अंदर, और हमको जाने नहीं दे रहे, सारे रास्ते ब्लॉक कर दिए हमारे इधर से।
नहीं, वो लंदन जा रहे थे क्या?
लंदन जा रहे थे वो। मेरी भांजी है, हम लंदन, वो वहाँ जा रहे थे। भांजी ने फोन किया, मम्मी पापा फ्लाइट में है, तो हम इधर नरोड़ा से सीधा दौड़ के इधर आए हैं।
मेरे नेबर की लड़की थी वो,
और पता चला तो किस तरह से आपको लग रहा है कि क्या उसके देखभाल करने?
हाँ, अभी पता नहीं, अंदर जाने नहीं दे रहे, तो कुछ अपडेट नहीं आ रही है, तो कैसे पता चलेगा?
मेरी शादी था, वो खम्बिसर थी, लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
वापस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या है?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला।
All right, so that is what some of the next of the kin of those people who were on board that flight have to say. Because remember, this is what unfolded this afternoon at about 1:38, 1:39 p.m. Indian Standard Time. The flight took off. It was airborne barely for a few minutes and then it came crashing down. It had reached an altitude of just 825 feet. There's a lot of speculation as to what may have resulted in this crash. Some experts suggest that probably there was a bird hit which resulted in the plane not acquiring enough speed for the takeoff. There also, speculation that it is most likely because the engines may have failed, or at least there was not enough thrust to keep the plane airborne, which brought the plane down. These are some of the images from the area where the plane has, of course, come crashing down. The debris is, of course, getting cleared. And according to information that has come in, the operations at the Ahmedabad International Airport have resumed partially in a limited manner. And we'll, of course, be tracking all the details that are unfolding at this moment in the aftermath of this horrific tragedy that has unfolded in Ahmedabad. Let's, of course, however, first take a quick look at the headlines at this hour. So this is the big story that we're tracking on WION. The London-bound Air India flight AI 171 with 242 passengers and crew members on board crashed just minutes after taking off from Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport. The Ahmedabad Police Commissioner said there appears to be no survivors. He's added that some locals may have also been killed in the residential area where the plane crashed. Says the exact figures on the number of casualties of the locals on whom the plane crashed is yet to be ascertained. The Indian Army teams have been deployed to assist the civil administration in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief efforts. JCB's quick action teams and medical squads have moved in. Military hospital has also been placed on standby. And flight operations have resumed in a limited manner at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad, outside which the plane crashed. Reports say that 80% of the plane's debris has been cleared and operations will remain limited for the time being at the airport. But a passenger list has been released by the Air India Airlines. It says that 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese nationals and 1 Canadian citizen were on board this ill-fated flight.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India.
Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy says that the government is in fact working very urgently with the local authorities to support those who've been affected. The British crisis teams have been set up in London and New Delhi, and the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that his government is keeping a close watch on the developments that are unfolding on the ground. The Boeing stocks crashed by 8% in pre-market trading after the Ahmedabad crash. 787 Dreamliner is back in the spotlight as technical flaws and mounting safety concerns re-emerge for Boeing. All right, so if you're just joining us, this, of course, is the big story that we are tracking on WION at this hour. A London-bound Air India flight with 242 passengers on board crashed just minutes after it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport in Ahmedabad. Now, the plane, which was trying to gain altitude, this is what happened after it had gained an altitude of 825 feet. That's less than 300 meters high. It started to dramatically lose its altitude, and then it came crashing down in a huge ball of fire. Now, according to reports, it did not crash in an open area, but it has crashed in a residential area, in fact, in a medical hostel, where it was lunchtime and a number of people had gathered to have their lunch. And according to reports that are coming in, at least about 5 people inside that medical hostel have also ended up losing their lives. We still do not know what the final death toll is, but this is quite easily the worst aviation disaster in India's history, where, according to reports by the city officials now, it's being said that it is unlikely that anyone has now managed to survive in the aftermath of this crash. All 242 people, including the 2 pilots, the 10 crew members and the rest of the passengers, have all, it is being reported, may have ended up losing their lives. This is what the debris looks like at this moment. The fires have been put out. The authorities claim that nearly about 70% of the debris has also been cleared. This is what is being claimed officially. The black box of the plane that will be found from the debris, that is yet to be found. The black box will give us an idea of what was the chatter inside the cockpit just seconds before the plane suddenly crashed. There was a mayday call that was issued by the pilots. The air traffic control, of course, responded to that, but subsequent to the calls that were made by the air traffic control, there was no further response by the pilots. And also keep in mind that the pilots are said to be very well experienced. Captain Sumit Sabharwal, who was at the helm of affairs inside the cockpit at that time, had more than 80 to 100 hours of flying experience, and his deputy had more than 1100 hours of flying experience. So both pilots were very well experienced in flying. And this, remember, was the 787 Dreamliner. This is a plane that Boeing claims has an immaculate flying record. It has transported more than 1 billion passengers in the last 17 years that it has been in service. And today, though, it's all ended up in a complete tragedy. The teams of the NDRF have been moved from Gandhinagar and Vadodara, and Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel says that he has taken stock of the situation. And my colleague Disha Shah is joining us with more details over the phone line. Disha, give us a sense of what is unfolding at this moment on the ground, because the city officials there now say that it's unlikely that there are any survivors.
Well, absolutely, and this is quite shocking to say, because now the official words are really coming in from the Ahmedabad City Police Commissioner G.S. Malik. Remember, 3 hours to the incident, we were not really hearing anything about the casualty front. Of course, we were hearing about the injured people. But now, of course, Ahmedabad City Police Commissioner G.S. Malik says there appear to be no survivors. He also went on to say that the aircraft went down in crowded neighborhood with homes and offices, like you rightly mentioned, and officials also fear locals on the ground may also have died. So now police at this point in time is verifying the exact number of casualties involved in this entire incident. However, the number of people that have been taken injured to the civil hospital are not somebody from the plane, is what we are being told, but of course people from on ground or maybe passers-by or from nearby houses. They were the ones who were injured, who have been taken to the civil hospital. On the other side, if you talk about the hostel, doctor hostel, where a section of where a portion of the plane had crashed at the canteen, what we are being told, and now it is confirmed, that the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital Students Hostel staff quarters and other residential areas are located in the area where the plane crashed, and about 50 of those injured have been brought to the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, and all of them are stable, is what we are being told.
Absolutely indeed. Disha, do continue to stay on with us. Meanwhile, on the screens, the gentleman in the center is Ram Mohan Naidu, who is the current Civil Aviation Minister. He's, of course, in Ahmedabad. He's been rushed to the scene of this crash and he is taking stock of the situation. Remember, this is the worst aviation disaster in India's aviation history. It's unlikely that any of the 242 people on board may have survived, is what the city officials have said. And this is also something that is going to be looked at very, very carefully, because this is the first time in its history that a Boeing 787 Dreamliner has crashed since the plane was first introduced for civil aviation in 2011. And at this moment, Boeing says there are at least 1,100 Boeing 787s, and this is a plane that is so good that Boeing calls it its Dreamliner. And there are several international airline companies that use the 787 Dreamliner. It is a wide-bodied plane which is said to have outstanding fuel efficiency. It makes much lower noise than any of its competitors, and this is a plane that has an immaculate safety record. This is what Boeing claims, and an investigation, of course, will establish what has unfolded. But the gentleman in the center of your screens is India's Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, taking stock of the situation. And there is going to be an investigation. There is going to be a lot of soul searching. What actually did happen? Why did this plane that was on its way to London crash just minutes after taking off? Especially if you look at the context, the pilots who are inside the cockpit are said to be, both of them, very experienced ones. Captain Sumit Sabharwal with more than 8,200 hours of flying under his belt, and his deputy with more than 1,100 hours of flying under his belt. And this is a tragedy that should have never happened. This is a tragedy, it beggars belief as to how it may have happened. Was there a bird hit? Because even if there is a bird hit, even in case an engine were to start malfunctioning because of a bird hit, the plane can still fly because it has another engine. The second engine then comes into play. But the fact that both the engines may have not functioned in the manner that they were expected to function, they did not provide the thrust that was needed for the plane to take off, is now what has set off a lot of speculation as to what exactly has gone wrong. This is a tragedy on a scale that is difficult to comprehend, especially for the next of kin of those who've ended up losing their lives this afternoon. This is a plane that has crashed in a busy residential area straight on top of a medical hostel. And according to the local officials there, at least 5 people are confirmed to be dead. More than 50 others have sustained injuries. It was lunchtime at about 1:30 when people had gathered and were sitting at their tables to have their lunch when the plane fell from the sky. But also we are getting a ground report from our reporter from the Z Media network. Let's listen in to what's in fact being said there.
અમદાવાદમાં ખૂબ જ ગંભીર ઘટના બની છે, જેનામાં લંડન જતી અમદાવાદની જે ફ્લાઇટ છે તે અમદાવાદ એરપોર્ટથી ટેક ઓફ કરતાની સાથે જ મેઘાણીનગર વિસ્તારમાં ક્રેશ થઈ છે. અને તે બાદ ઘટના સ્થળના જે દ્રશ્યો છે તે આપ જોઈ શકો છો, ખૂબ જ અફરાતફરીનો માહોલ છે. અને આ જે જોઈ શકો છો, પ્લેનની જે એક વિંગ છે તે રહેણાંક વિસ્તારમાં પડી છે. જે પ્રમાણેનો વિડીયો સામે આવ્યો હતો કે ફ્લાઇટ ટેક ઓફ થઈ તેની ગણતરીની પળોમાં જ તે રહેણાંક વિસ્તારની ઉપર ક્રેશ થઈ ગઈ, અને ક્રેશ થતાની સાથે જ તે આગલા ગોળામાં ફેરવાઈ ગઈ. એટલે હાલ માહિતી મળી રહી છે કે મહત્તમ લોકોને આ ઘટનામાં જાનહાનિ વેઠવાનો વારો આવ્યો છે. મળતી માહિતી મુજબ 230 મુસાફરો અને 12 ક્રૂ મેમ્બર મળી 242 લોકો આ પ્લેનમાં સવાર હતા, જે પૈકી મહત્તમ લોકોના મોત થયા હોવાની હાલ માહિતી મળી રહી છે. ઘટના સ્થળે આપ જોઈ શકો છો, સામેની તરફ જે સરકારી ક્વાર્ટર્સ હતા તેની ઉપર પ્લેન ક્રેશ થયું છે અને હજી પણ ફાયર બ્રિગેડનો અમદાવાદ શહેરનો મોટા ભાગનો જે કાફલો છે સ્થળ ઉપર છે, તમામ પોલીસ અધિકારી બચાવ કાર્યમાં જોડાયેલા છે. જે પ્રમાણેના દ્રશ્યો છે.
All right, so that was our reporter getting us the report in Gujarati from the ground there. But this, of course, is the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, who's currently at the spot where the plane crashed. Remember, this is the first time that the Boeing 787 Dreamliner has crashed from the time that it has come into operation. Boeing, however, has had safety concerns. There have been issues with the plane because a couple of other major crashes that have been witnessed in the last decade involved the Boeing planes. And the most prominent ones were the 737 MAX model, which crashed in Indonesia and then again in Ethiopia within a span of a year. And the model was then taken out of service for almost about a year before being relaunched and then returned to widespread use. There are at this moment an estimated 1,100 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. This is that larger international plane. This is a plane that is used by most airlines around the world for intercontinental flights. This plane has a flying range of over 13,000 kilometers, and this is a plane that has outstanding fuel efficiency. It consumes 25% less fuel than any of its other competitors. Now, last month, what is interesting is this. Last month, Boeing had agreed to pay $1.1 billion in a deal with the US Department of Justice to avoid prosecution over the two crashes that had killed 346 people. A deal that the lawyers for some of the victims' families have called is just simply morally repugnant and just not enough. Because what needs to be done is there needs to be accountability for some of these glaring safety loopholes that have been pointed out in some of the Boeing planes. The stocks of the Boeing company have crashed by about 8% in pre-market trade. The markets in the United States, of course, will open at 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That is when it is going to be 9 a.m. in the morning Eastern Time in the United States of America. We'll also have my colleague Susan Tehrani joining us in just a bit from New York, who'll be getting us the latest in terms of what is happening. Let's in fact listen to what our Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu is saying there. All right, we'll try get a reaction from Ram Mohan Naidu. He is the Civil Aviation Minister. One, of course, expects him to make a statement in just a bit, of course. We need to see as to what has in fact gone wrong, because this is a huge, huge tragedy. There has to be accountability for what has gone wrong, because remember, the scale of this tragedy is simply incomprehensible, especially for the next of kin of those who've ended up losing their lives. 242 people on a flight that was bound for London, and none of them have survived. And it is being reported that the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was also on board of this flight, and it now remains to be seen as to how the investigation progresses from here. And my colleague Susan Tehrani is joining us from New York at this moment. Susan, this is a terrible tragedy that has happened this afternoon in the state of Gujarat in India, where a 787 Dreamliner has crashed just minutes after taking off. Has Boeing put out a statement? What's happening there?
Yes, of course, as the news developed here in the United States on social media and beyond, Americans offered their condolences and their sympathies to those affected. We are now hearing that the U.S. government has also stepped in, offering to help with investigation regarding this crash if India does indeed request it. The Federal Aviation Administration said that the National Transportation Safety Board would be the U.S. government's primary representation, and the FAA provides technical support as well. Of course, we know that Boeing is also in touch with Air India and Indian officials regarding this crash. perhaps not as urgent, but the minute that this news broke out, Boeing stocks also dropped about 7 to 8% on the market here on Wall Street in New York.
Indeed, and Susan, there's been a track record of safety concerns with respect to Boeing planes, because there have been two very high-profile crashes of the Boeing plane, the 737 MAX models, which happened in 2018 and 2019. So Boeing has been in the dock for quite a few years, that is at least in the last 6-7 years, where safety of its plane has been a big concern.
Absolutely. Boeing has been at the forefront. There have been hearings here in the United States with Boeing officials. This particular plane, according to aviation experts, was one of Boeing's safest planes. So, of course, we'll wait for the black box to be discovered. But it was one that usually was known to not have any major concerns. There was something similar that happened with a Boeing that's similar to this on the Hudson about more than a decade ago here, Hudson River in the United States. But that was because birds got caught up in the engine. So, Boeing is going to have to see, what is going on with these planes, of course, but also why this plane that was deemed to be so safe, this particular model, had to end up in such a tragedy.
That indeed is correct, because this is the first time that this particular model of Boeing 787 Dreamliner has ended up crashing. The other two high-profile planes of Boeing that have crashed were the 787 MAX models, which were involved in the crash in Indonesia and Ethiopia back in 2018 and 2019. Thank you very much indeed, Susan Tehrani, for joining us with all those details there. Let's in fact dip in and listen if something is being said by the Indian Civil Aviation Minister there.
बचाव करके ट्राई भी किया, पर देखो इतना सारा ब्लास्ट वो चीज़ वो नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल था। कुछ लोग यहाँ के लोकल्स बाहर आते उन्होंने बचाव करके ट्राई भी किया, पर देखो इतना सारा ब्लास्ट वो चीज़ वो नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल था। कुछ लोग यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं जो जिनका चाय का लारी इम्पैक्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है। और एक आई विटनेस जैसे अभी उन्होंने डिस्क्राइब किया 3-4 मिनट में, हाँ वो होगा 2 सेकंड में ही हो गया। यस वो ज़्यादा टाइम भी नहीं बचा था उसमें, तो वो ये इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे पास अब तक की है। बाकी जो विजिबली किसी ने देखा होगा, विजिबली जो देखा ना वो यही था, यहाँ पे वो गिरा और उसके बाद ही पता लगा, वरना किसी को कोई किसी का नहीं। जितने भी हॉस्टल में भी रेगुलरली फ्लाइट्स यही दो रोड यही, हाँ रेगुलर पूरे दिन ये जितने भी, हाँ यही अभी गई 3-4 के सीधा उसी लाइन में गई 3-4 अभी गई सर। हाँ बिल्कुल, बड़े पेड़ भी है वहाँ आसपास के लोगों को आवाज आई, धुआं के कारण से कुछ दिखा तो ही नहीं पब्लिक को, तो पता नहीं धुआं एकदम धुआं हो गया था, तो धुआं हो गया था तो दिखा भी नहीं होगा। 15 मिनट के बाद मैं खुद आ गया, आवाज के बाद ही सबको पता चला होगा 15 मिनट। अच्छा उन्होंने प्राइमरली तो कई लोगों को लगा कि सिविल में फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ है शायद, हाँ कुछ लोगों को लगा कि आग लगी है शायद। अच्छा अच्छा, बिल्डिंग 1200 बिल्डिंग, हाँ लोगों को ऐसा लगा आग लगी है। ये फायर कॉल समझा था सब, फायर कॉल समझा था सबने। कहने का मतलब 1 किलोमीटर मानेवर किसी को कुछ दिखता ही नहीं था, 15 मिनट में मैं खुद आ गया था। पूरा धुआं पूरा वातावरण पूरा धुआं ही था। 15 मिनट में यहाँ पे चाय वाले या कोई है वो भी लेडी, उसका बेटा उसकी बहू उसका हाथ जल गया और वो लड़का तो उसका डेथ हो गया, तो वो उसका फैमिली वाला उसका 15 मिनट में हाथ नहीं पड़े। वो लोग थे जो बता रहे थे कि अचानक से हुआ, कुछ समझ नहीं आया। दूसरे जो लोग थे उन्होंने देखा, लेकिन वो काफ़ी देर तक यहाँ से नज़दीक नहीं जा पा रहे थे क्योंकि हीट इतना था, तो हीट के कारण वो पहुँच नहीं पाए। आंखों में भी पूरा जलन, पूरा पदार्थ पूरा पूरे जल रही थी। सर आप वहाँ चलेंगे ना तो आपको पूरा आइडिया देख के आएगा। पीछे का जो भाग है वो की तरफ नहीं जा पाए वहाँ तक, वो आई थिंक बिल्डिंग थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब हो गया है, तो वो गिर भी सकते। और पेड़ों में जो अथड़ाया हुआ है उसमें पूरा वो दिख रहा है। सर ये पोस्ट इंसिडेंट जो आप बता सके थोड़ा स्टेटमेंट टाइप सर, ओनली स्टेटमेंट एक साथ ही, हाँ एक साथ ही करें। चल रो एक मिनट सर रोल नहीं उसका नहीं, बस सिर्फ यही है थोड़ा इंग्लिश में बोल देते हैं, हिंदी में उतना इंग्लिश में थोड़ा हिंदी थोड़ा हिंदी, वो शब्दों का वो ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, हिंदी में कुछ अलग नहीं। यार ये नहीं माइक नीचे रख दो
ओके सर सर ये इंसिडेंट
माइक राहुल नीचे
I'm totally shaken by the incident that has happened today near Ahmedabad airport. Very tragic and very, very horrific. And even till now, I have to say I'm in a state of shock. When the event happened, I was in Vijayawada doing the review of that airport and attending one state program. But the moment I got to know this incident happened, I wanted to be here physically at the site, try to find out more about what happened and what needs to be done. And also Honorable PM has called me and also told me to be there at the site and also look into the operations which is going on right now. And right now, if you ask me, I can only think about the passengers, their families, what they might be going through, and especially the civilians also who are there near the crash site. A lot of relief effort has been done already, right from Indian Army, NDRF, state police, medical departments, including aviation concerned departments. Everyone has attended immediately. The fire department, to the best of their abilities, they have been functioning here and doing the rescue operations. And we still have to find out the numbers. I don't want to put any wrong numbers to you, so we still have to go through the numbers. And my condolences, my prayers, my thoughts with the families of the bereaved. And we are trying to extend all the help that can be done. And even our Honorable Home Minister is also coming to inspect the site right now. He will be coming here. We'll go through another round of inspection. We'll talk to some of the people who are here and all the teams that are here. And then we are having one meeting at the Circuit House. Circuit House? Annex. So we will be discussing some more things there. Maybe once we go through all these discussions, I can give you some more information. But if you ask me, then I'm just thinking about the families and the passengers who are there. It's a great loss. Yes, it is very
British nationals
yes.
थे और वो सब
Very sad to know that Vijay Rupani ji, Chief Minister, was also there, and like you were mentioning, other nationals were also there, children were also there. I would only say that each and every life is precious to us. Each and everyone is a very important person to us. So it's an incident which has shaken the nation also. Everyone has expressed their grief.
सीरियसली इस घटना को लिया जा रहा है क्योंकि इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी होने के बावजूद इस तरह की घटना होना तो वो एक अपने आप में बड़े सवाल है.
Yes. I'll only give one line to what you have asked right now. We are going to do a fair and thorough investigation. We are not going to spare anyone. We are not going to leave any stone unturned. We will do properly according to the protocol, and we are going to go to the depth of why this incident has happened. That much I can tell you now. बस अभी इतना काफी.
Thank you.
All right, so that is India's Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu saying that there will be a fair and a thorough probe, and it is only after that he can make a more comprehensive statement. But for now, though, he says that he's shocked and he's shaken, and his heart goes out for the grieving families and the next of kin who've ended up losing their family members. We'll, of course, slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll continue tracking the developments that are unfolding in this tragic incident that will go down in history as India's worst aviation disaster. That's coming up next. Stay tuned to WION.
We're giving an AI-generated video where we can analyze your credit history, your credit score.
It's all about now content. A lot of it is now digital. A lot of TV content is still being watched.
I think it's been a fantastic journey. We have succeeded in
some of our original goals, which was to bring credit accessibility to both companies and individuals.
Key milestones of traction under your leadership?
Getting actually a personal check from Mr. Ratan Tata. We got an opportunity to get listed.
One of the biggest things that has changed in Razorpay over the last 5-6 years I've been is to be a single product, single business company to a multi-product, multi-business company.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at wion.com.
Welcome back. You're watching Beyond World is One with me, Raisha Saigal, and this is our continuous coverage of the fatal Ahmedabad Air India plane crash. First up, the headlines. Ahmedabad police chief says 204 bodies found after the plane crash. The dead included those from the plane crash and from the buildings into which the plane smashed. He says rescue work is ongoing. London-bound Air India flight A1171 with 242 passengers and crew on board crashes minutes after takeoff from the Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India.
Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy says the government is working urgently with local authorities to support those affected. British crisis teams set up in London and New Delhi. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says his government is keeping a close eye on developments. Israeli official warns strike on Iran possible if its nuclear talks with the US fail on Sunday. Iran says it will not submit to pressures from America and Europe. US State Department says it is evacuating non-essential staff from its embassy in Baghdad. Ukraine and Russia say they have swapped a fresh group of prisoners of war as a part of a deal agreed at peace talks in Istanbul. It's the third prisoner of war exchange this week. We start the broadcast with tragic news coming from India. An Air India flight carrying 242 people crashed shortly after takeoff in Western India's Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad City Police Chief says there appears to be no survivors and 204 bodies have been found. The Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, operating as Flight 171 bound for London, went down outside the airport perimeter minutes after departing. The plane took off at 1:30